ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
So.
Thanks for being with us. A 2-month-old was on her first flight, and what her parents did for fellow passengers has social media talking. Newsweek says the dad started handing out little plastic bags to the people seated around them on the flight from Charlotte to Kansas City. The goodie bag contained Oreos, mints, earplugs, and antibacterial wipes, along with a heartfelt note which read, quote, "Hello, my name is Hazel, and this is my first time flying on an airplane. I'm only 2 months old, so I may be good, I may be bad. Sorry if I make you mad." Olivia Ross, an art teacher and photographer from Kansas City, was impressed by the effort, posted about it on TikTok. Her post of her short-haul flight experience pulled in 4.5 million views. Ross said although there were a few noisy moments from other children on the 2-hour and 20-minute flight, Hazel, the 2-month-old, was an angel sleeping through almost the entire trip. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Trump gives Iran more time.
What he really wants is for Iran to abandon its nuclear program.
ICE confronted at Dodger Stadium. In Intense heat ushers in summer.
Record highs, many in the triple digits during the day.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, Israeli warplanes attacked targets today in western Iran. Iran fired missiles into southern Israel. The White House says President Trump will decide within 2 weeks if the U.S. should get involved in the conflict. Here's CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
President Trump now has Iran on the clock. Make a deal or risk the U.S. taking military action.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, he will make that decision within the next 2 weeks.
The White House says correspondence between the two countries continues.
If there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it, but he's not afraid to use strength as well.
Talks begin today in Geneva, Switzerland, between top diplomats from Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, and Iranian representatives. The U.S. isn't participating, but the British are set to tell the Iranians an American proposal is still on the table, which prevents domestic enrichment of nuclear fuel for what Iran claims is a civilian nuclear program.
Correspondent Holly Williams is in Iraq with opponents of the regime in Iran watching closely.
Kawsa Fatahi is a leader in one of Iran's outlawed opposition parties. Her group represents the Kurdish ethnic minority. They want to topple the Iranian regime. And Fatahi told us American airstrikes might help that. But she does not want Israel or the U.S. to engineer regime change.
We don't want their boots on the ground.
Iran's supreme leader says any U.S. military intervention will be met with irreparable damage.
Here at home in Memphis, a man has been charged with stalking and plotting to kidnap the city's Democratic mayor. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Police say surveillance video shows Trenton Abston scaled a wall to get into Mayor Paul Young's subdivision, went straight to Young's house, and knocked on the door Sunday night. Police say Abston had a taser, rope, and duct tape when he was arrested. He's been charged with attempted kidnapping, stalking, and trespassing. The alleged kidnapping attempt was just a day after 2 Minnesota state lawmakers and their spouses were shot at their homes by a man posing as a police officer.
An appeals court is allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. And the latest L.A. hotspot for protests at a showdown with ICE agents was Dodger Stadium, as we hear from CBS's Carter Evans.
The Dodgers blocked federal agents from entering their stadium.
ICE out of L.A. ICE out of L.A.
That's when protesters hit the streets outside Dodger Stadium.
I just saw guys behind a door, maybe putting on some tactical gear.
It's time everybody step up and say that what's happening is not right.
In a social media back and forth, the Dodgers said ICE agents requested permission to enter the parking lots, but they were denied. ICE says, false. We were never there. But the U.S. Department of Homeland Security weighed in, saying this had nothing to do with the Dodgers and that Customs and Border Patrol vehicles were on site, unrelated to any operation or enforcement.
Brutal heat is forecast for millions of people today in the Midwest and East. Dozens of record temperatures are expected to fall right through Monday. CBS's Rob Marciano.
Summer arrives tonight at 10:42 Eastern Time, and right on cue, Mother Nature is cooperating with a heat wave building, the hottest air of the year. Over 20 states already from the east through the Midwest in the alert zone, and this number will only grow as we go through the weekend. So temperatures tomorrow are going to be in the 90s in places like Des Moines, up and over 100 degrees in Lincoln, Nebraska. On Sunday, the heat begins to stretch off towards the east. 100 expected on Sunday in Omaha, 96 in Chicago. That's going to feel hot in the city. Certainly get to the lake if you can. 93 in Scranton.
AAA expects a record 72 million people will travel 50 miles or more for the July 4th holiday period. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
The Independence holiday travel stretch is expected to be the summer's busiest. AAA says the number of flyers will tick up more than 1% over last year's record rush.
The top 10 heaviest travel days in TSA history have all happened within the past year, and we expect to see more heavy volumes this summer.
AAA expects most will drive over the 4th of July, a record of nearly 62 million, up 1.3 million from last year.
Coming up on 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Darian. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Grammy-winning singer Chris Brown pleaded not guilty today to a charge that he beat and seriously injured a music producer with a bottle in a London nightclub in 2023. Another defendant also entered a not guilty plea. A federal bankruptcy judge will decide today whether to approve the multi-billion-dollar settlement involving Purdue Pharma, maker of the pain medication OxyContin. CBS's Scott McFarland takes us to ground zero of the opioid crisis, West Virginia.
Jared Buckhalter is a young dad who's the size of a college linebacker. It was a football injury that eventually overpowered him at 16 when he was hooked on pain-killing pills.
Take the best feeling that you've ever had in your life and times that by 10. To a normal person, that's how I could really explain it to someone that has never experienced it.
How do you quit that?
That's the problem.
Buckhalter lives near Morgantown, West Virginia, the state with the highest opioid overdose death rate in the nation. He's nearly 6 years clean.
Every day, recovery has to be my number one priority.
After years of negotiating and the collapse of a previous deal, the company and its owners will pay more than $7 billion over the next 15 years, if approved. Dr. Patrick Marshalik is an addiction specialist at West Virginia University. He says he'd like some, but not all of the money spent on treatments.
They say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and I know it's kind of cliched, but yes, we have tools to help people once they get sick, but it'd be nice to have less people getting sick.
Roughly 10%, about $850 million of the settlement will go to those who suffered addiction or families of those who died.
There will be a seventh and deciding game in the NBA Finals.
Halliburton finds a spot, launches, and hits. Long three-pointer from Halliburton.
Indiana's injured star Tyrese Halliburton played about half the game and scored 14 points to lead the Pacers to a 108-91 win over Oklahoma City on ABC. Game 7 is Sunday night. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Today, we remember the first real summer movie blockbuster.
50 years ago today, Jaws hit movie theaters. Did you know Charlton Heston lobbied for the role of Brody that went to Roy Scheider? The mechanical shark Bruce
He's got lifeless eyes.
was named after Steven Spielberg's lawyer. The man who played the mayor of Amity,
You yell shark, we've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
Murray Hamilton, was chosen because he looked a little like Richard Nixon. And the film vaulted John Williams to stardom. Before he composed the famous theme song, he was known as Johnny Williams and wrote scores for TV shows like Lost in Space. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
There was no official recognition of the Juneteenth holiday at the White House yesterday, but on social media, President Trump vowed that he would get rid of some non-working holidays. That's the Roundup, produced by Paul Ferry. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Attention.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. In the hunt for fugitive father Travis Decker, Chelan County deputies continue chasing every possible lead. Sheriff Mike Morrison tells KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey he is convinced Decker is still alive.
I do believe he's still alive, and until I find something that would prove otherwise, we're going to consider that he is alive.
What makes you think that he is still alive?
Have not found a body.
Sheriff Mike Morrison says not one hiker has reported even a possible sighting of Decker's body. The former soldier may be surviving on food pre-stashed in the wilderness, which Morrison says will eventually run out. Meanwhile, a new helicopter search scanned areas in the mountains just a mile away from the town of Kashmir. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Tonight, a public memorial will be held to remember Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker. The girls, ages 5, 8, and 9, were found dead at a campsite near Leavenworth days after a scheduled visit with their father. The memorial is at 7 tonight at Rocky Reach Park in Wenatchee. Tacoma police arrested a 16-year-old boy Thursday for the shooting at Lincoln High School. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
A 16-year-old former student was shot in front of the school around dismissal time on Tuesday. Police say surveillance video helped them identify the suspect. They also say they recovered the gun. Police tell KIRO 7 that suspect is a Tacoma public school student, but did not say which school he goes to. He was booked on investigation of assault, unlawful possession of a gun, and having a gun on school property. Police say they're not looking for anyone else.
One person is under arrest after a deadly crash involving a pedestrian on I-90 westbound late last night. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
An SUV struck a 66-year-old man near Preston, killing him. Washington State Trooper Rick Johnson says the driver took off, but the SUV broke down.
Ended up trying to carjack a white pickup and was not able to get in, jumped in the bed of the pickup, and then got out on the exit ramp where one of our lieutenants came into contact with him. There was an altercation.
Another trooper arrived and helped arrest the 42-year-old, who Johnson says they believe was under the influence. The man who died had apparently pulled off to the shoulder when his car had become disabled. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Now to a developing story out of Edmonds. Police are investigating after a man was found dead just before 6 last night at Southwest County Park. Edmonds police say the community members made the discovery near Olympic View Drive, where detectives face rugged terrain to reach the scene. The Snohomish County medical examiner is working to determine exactly how and when the man died. A number of families in Kittitas County town are being forced to evacuate as brush fire gains momentum. Fire crews say 2 structures burned down near Ellensburg with a fire that's grown from about 2 to 20 acres. It's Washington's latest fire following a hot and dry spring.
We've been anticipating this. Fire season's about 3 weeks ahead of normal due to the drought that we're currently in.
That's Kittitas Valley Fire Chief J.B. Goldsmith. He says ground and air crews are currently working on containment, but that fire is fueled by heavy brush and timber. About 20 residents have been evacuated from their homes. We know now that 25 pounds of illegal explosive devices and a cargo container full of commercial fireworks. That's what investigators have uncovered at the Oak Harbor home that exploded on Tuesday. This man tells KIRO 7 TV he and his wife were nearby.
The house was just totally engulfed.
Investigators believe a 42-year-old man was manufacturing fireworks in a shop attached to the home when the blast happened. He was not licensed. He died in the home, but his parents made it out safely. The Seattle Sounders FIFA World Cup hopes are slipping away after a 3-1 loss to Atletico Madrid at Lumen Field. Albert Rusnak gave the Sounders a brief spark in the second half.
Over it goes towards Rothrock and Rusnak! That'll do nicely for Seattle Sounders.
But it wasn't enough. Seattle now sits 0-2 in Group B and faces a must-win match against the Paris Saint-Germain to avoid elimination on Monday. Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. Peel up to Renton 17. And Everett to Seattle about 26 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, happy Friday and last day of spring and first day of summer. We switch to summer officially at 7:42 tonight with some increasing showers today. Rain to start and tomorrow with very cool temperatures. Right now it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation's Leland Vittert comments on the big news of the week. That's all ahead. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber. Building success together.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
Time for our weekly conversation with News Nation's Leland Bittert. He hosts On Balance weeknights, 6 p.m. Seattle time on News Nation.
And with Israel and Iran at war with each other, we're going to lean into his experience as a reporter covering conflicts in the Middle East.
And Leland, among other things, you were there for the Arab Spring in Egypt, the revolution in Libya, and earlier wars between Israel and Hamas. Tell us, what dynamics are you watching right now that you think is important for us to know?
Well, look, this has been a long time coming. I remember meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu 15 years ago in a couple of situations, and every time he was not focused on the Palestinian issue as the rest of the world was. He sort of considers that a sideshow and talked about the issue, the conflict with Iran that was coming over their nuclear weapons program. And I did stories with pilots who were training for this mission 15 years ago. So it is wrong to think about this as simply a momentary thing here. I think there's two issues that we need to look at. One, the U.S. military is planning for a lot larger conflict. You're watching on cable news over and over the video of the B-2 flying over and dropping a bunker buster bomb, and as if that is it. Half of the U.S. Air Force's fighter wings, not quite, but almost, plus multiple aerial refueling tankers, about 26 at last count, could be up to 30 or 35, are in the region, plus carrier battle groups. The U.S. military is preparing for an all-out war. That's number one. Number two is the timeline. That matters because Israel is about to run out of interceptors. They have an incredible missile defense system. It's obviously amazing to watch the aerial battles, but Israel has a finite number of interceptors, as does the United States that's resupplying them. So there's a timeline here of who's going to run out of things first, the Iranians' missiles or the Israelis' interceptors. That changes the timeline and the dynamic for both sides. And number three is what happens the day after. Everyone's talking about regime change, which I'll be the first one to say that the world will be a safer, freer, fairer, better place if the Ayatollah does not breathe our air. But there's very little given to understanding, I think, what happens in Iran the next day after a U.S. strike and or after the Ayatollah's demise.
How is this different than the lead up to the Iraq War in 2003, where the intelligence was wrong and our assumptions about how the Iraqi people would greet us after overthrowing the Iraqi government, that also turned out to be wrong?
You know, it's a fabulous, fabulous point. We know that this is not the case because the Iranians have told us. The Iranians have told us they are going to keep enriching uranium. And they have told us that they don't care about the agreements they have made in the past. Unlike Saddam Hussein, who said, I don't have nuclear weapons, or weapons of, he sort of said, I have weapons of mass destruction, but I don't have nuclear weapons. The Iranians have made a point that they do. We have copies of their entire nuclear weapons program, thanks to the Israelis. We have the satellite imagery that shows them building a nuclear weapons enrichment facility 300 feet under concrete. You do that because you don't want anyone to see what's happening there. So this is much more the Iraq War 1991, when Iraq did have a nuclear weapons program, than anything parallel to the Iraq War in 2003.
There does seem to be a split among factions on the conservative side of the spectrum here. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, MTG, they say this is not our fight. Others, like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, say action is needed. What do you think of that?
Look, there's a certain group of people who are going to make money by being ignorant, and that probably would be the kindest interpretation. If you listen to the Tucker Carlson types, there's some really deeply anti-Semitic overtones to that viewpoint. It's the same on the left. What I'm interested in, because the Steve Bannon types, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, they're isolationists, and they're fairly consistent on that when it comes to Ukraine and everything else. On the left, I think it's more interesting because you have the LGBTQ rights folks. Okay, well, they hang gays in Iran. The women's rights folks, women in Iran are treated somewhere like farm animals. The Free Palestine, we worry about innocent Muslims. Well, an innocent Muslim in Iran is a lot worse off than an innocent Muslim in the West Bank, yet these groups don't care about them. And then there's the war crimes types. The Iranians just hit a hospital in Israel. We don't know if it's intentional. May or not be intentional, but the Iranians certainly have done nothing to prevent civilian casualties. Nothing. And yet all these groups are totally silent, and I think that's very telling.
All right, Leland Vittert, host of On Balance on News Nation, weeknights at 6 p.m., also has warnotes.com. Leland, thanks for your time today.
Good talking to you.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, expect showers today and tomorrow with cooler temperatures with highs in the 60s. We switch to summer officially at 7:42 tonight. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with a roundup of all the best events happening around the Sound this weekend. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Seattle's morning news every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area.
With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
TimberTech Vintage Collection Decking. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, we've got Wes Jones here of sellwithwes.com. Wes, what if I'm a home seller, but I've got a unique property? Maybe I have a lot of acreage, or a horse pasture, or a castle and a moat, or a house with some sort of unique design. Can you help with that?
If you've got something like that, I definitely want to hear from you guys. You working with unique properties is one of my favorite things to do in real estate. And the reason why is I get to utilize my full arsenal of marketing techniques. We can do aerial photography, we can do video walkthroughs, we can do actual video, we can do target marketing. But one of the unique things that I can do that other realtors don't is some of the access to other media that I can advertise your properties in. The local blogs, Seattle Times, King 5, all of my properties have been featured on programs like those.
That's Wes Jones of sellwithwes.com. He sold a ton of unique properties, and he can sell yours too. Sellwithwes.com, sellwithwes.com, a better way to sell your home.
Every summer we drive to Lake Chelan in our Subaru Outback. That car has been great for our family adventures. We bought it at Carter Subaru, and they have what you've been searching for with over 300 new vehicles in stock, including the 2025 Forester, now with 3.9% financing for 48 months, or go electric with the 2025 Solterra EV, 0% APR for 72 months.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 6/30/25.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. Tropic Rewards members get a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Terms and conditions apply.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump will decide with the next 2 weeks whether or not he'll order the U.S. forces to strike Tehran, leaving the door open for a diplomatic solution. It comes as Iranian missiles targeted southern Israel overnight. On Thursday, Iranian strike hit the area's main hospital. Israel is vowing to hold Iran accountable for that attack, accusing them of war crimes. CBS's Natalie Brand is at the White House with more.
The White House press secretary pressed on that point, says if the president has a chance for diplomacy, he's going to grab it. And that's the reasoning he gave in his statement read by Caroline Leavitt yesterday, saying based on the fact there's a substantial chance of negotiations, he's going to make his decision in this 2-week period.
Here in Washington, with the manhunt for Travis Decker heating up, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison is now consulting investigators with some of the nation's most notorious fugitive cases. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has more.
One of those high-profile cases is the 21-day search for Jorge Alcantara Gonzalez, the 2020 murder suspect who hid in the woods of Kittitas County, breaking into cabins and stealing food from campsites. Morrison tells me he's also talked with an investigator who worked the massive 5-year manhunt for the 1996 Centennial Olympic Park bomber.
And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
Meanwhile, a new helicopter search scanned areas in the mountains just a mile from the town of Kashmir. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Tonight, a public memorial will be held to remember Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker. The girls, ages 5, 8, and 9, were found dead outside a campsite near Leavenworth days after a scheduled visit with their father. The memorial is at 7 at Rocky Reach Park in Wenatchee. Everett police say gang-related graffiti investigations have led them to arrest 4 teenagers with guns. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports it all started back in March when police held an event to paint over graffiti near Walter E. Hall Park.
A couple days later, 4 people were seen tagging the fence there with gang graffiti. Over the next couple of months, police were able to track down 2 suspect vehicles and arrest the people inside. A 15-year-old boy, a 15-year-old girl, a 17-year-old boy, and an 18-year-old man. Officer seized spray paint cans, alcohol, and multiple guns. Everett's police chief says evidence shows that gang-related graffiti is directly linked to violence and that these arrests underscore that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Juneteenth events are kicking off around Seattle. Organizers say not only are there more events than this year than in years past, but more people are participating. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner spent the afternoon in Jimi Hendrix Park.
At a time when DEI policies are being rolled back across the country, Seattle is celebrating one of its largest ever Juneteenth celebrations.
Black joy is infectious, so you feel it anywhere you go as long as it's around.
People pouring in to Jimi Hendrix Park in Seattle's Central District.
Make some noise for yourselves. Make some noise for yourselves.
Throughout the day, concerts, speakers, and community.
A lot of Black communities are really trying to come together, really trying to understand each other. All this that's going on right now, this is a blessing for everybody.
More Seattle Juneteenth events will continue into the weekend. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast right now, or rather your real-time traffic, Federal Way to Seattle about 23 minutes, Quill to Bellevue about 14, Issaquah to Seattle about 21 minutes right now. And for your forecast, we've got some showers popping up along the coast. Today is the last day of spring and first day of summer. We switch to summer at 7:42 tonight, with some increasing showers beginning. Rain will also be here tomorrow with very cool temperatures in the 60s. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
All right, it's officially the first weekend of summer ahead of us, and if you're still looking for something fun to do, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
The summer solstice is tonight, and that means it's officially summer. It's a convention for the fans of just about anything pop culture, or at least that's how they describe the Washington State SummerCon taking over the Washington State Fair and Events Center in Puyallup this weekend. Meet some of the people behind some of your favorite franchises like Star Wars, Star Trek, Super Mario, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, X-Men, and so many more. Not to mention hundreds of vendors selling collectibles, an arcade to enjoy, and panels to learn something new about your favorite movies and shows. You'll want to see the full guest list and get tickets on the event's website. Fair season continues this weekend with the Fremont Solstice Parade and Fremont Fair on Saturday and Sunday, which will host tons of vendors selling crafts, clothing, and other specialty goods. Plus, there will be plenty of food and live music, all going down in Fremont on Saturday and Sunday. If you're a fan of crafts, the Renegade Craft Fair is also running Saturday and Sunday at Magnuson Park Hangar 30, which will showcase over 180 artists of all kind. You can celebrate Juneteenth at the Black Knight Market on Pier 62 tonight from 3:30 to 9:30. According to the event's website, the market will feature a diverse lineup of BIPOC vendors, performers, and food trucks. All these events are free to attend. Pride events continue this weekend, and Saturday is Georgetown Pride, which features a street fair at Bloom Bistro from 11 to 3, a neighborhood parade at Oxbow Park from 3 to 4, and there will be plenty of other businesses participating throughout Georgetown all day long. There are events for all ages, but some events are age restricted, so check out the event listings before going to the event. Dockyard Roller Derby is putting on their Pride and Power Jams event at Pierce College on Saturday. There will be 2 bouts, plus art vendors, food trucks, a raffle, plus a beer garden for those of age. Saturday is the first of 3 summer food walks in the Chinatown International District from 11 to 4. During the walk, participating businesses will offer $6 special bites of food and other discounts. There's an information booth at Hinghay Park that will have a menu to map your route, but for more information, head to their website. For the nature lovers out there, you'll want to head to Camp Long in West Seattle for Mountain Fest on Saturday. According to Seattle Parks, this free activity for all ages features rock climbing, bouldering, rappelling, nature walks, a scavenger hunt, and the high ropes course. The forecast does call for light rain, so be prepared. For the sports fans, the Seattle Storm take on the 2024 WNBA champion New York Liberty at Climate Pledge Arena Sunday at 4, and the FIFA Club World Cup continues throughout the weekend with a few matches to see. The Sounders will finish the group stage against PSG on Monday at Lumen Field. Here's an event sent to me by a listener. June is Dravet Syndrome Awareness Month, and to shed light on this rare form of epilepsy, Camp Small Steps will be offering families a safe, inclusive, and accessible camp-themed event on Saturday in Tacoma. There will be arts and crafts, a communal dinner, and a bonfire celebration. This will be at the Marriott Tacoma downtown from 5 to 9. How are you kicking off your summer? Let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have a look at national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to The John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and The John Curley Show on KIRO Newsradio. Download the KIRO Newsradio app to listen anytime.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer's night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. CBS News Brief. President Trump says he'll decide within 2 weeks whether to carry out a strike on Iran. Foreign ministers of the UK, France, and Germany are meeting with their Iranian counterpart today. The BBC's Imogen Fuchs.
They are hoping to de-escalate and try and find a way where Israel and Iran can calm things down, stop bombing each other, and then get back to the negotiating table with the United States.
An appeals court rules President Trump may remain in control over California's National Guard after sending troops into L.A. to monitor anti-ICE demonstrators. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
In this particular circumstance, the Ninth Circuit said that under the statute, a great deal of deference must be given to the president.
In London, singer Chris Brown showed up at court and pleaded not guilty to beating a music producer with a bottle at a nightclub in 2023. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, showers along the coast are beginning to show up. Today is the last day of spring, and tonight, first day of summer. We switch to summer at 7:42. We've got some increasing showers today and rain tomorrow with cooler temperatures in the 60s. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation's Robert Sherman in Tel Aviv with an update on the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Tensions continue to build as the violent conflict between Israel and Iran progresses, while President Trump weighs the potential for involvement in the war.
And joining us now from Tel Aviv is News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman. You've been in Tel Aviv through the week. What have you been hearing from those who live there, Robert?
You know, I mean, it is really a moment in time in which people are looking at these next 24 to 48 hours and believing this is about as consequential as it gets. I mean, this is dominating every conversation in Israeli culture. And people line up on different sides of this. They don't really know what to think. You know, the possibility of the United States being directly involved here, potentially striking Iran. Some think that this is a huge Rubicon to be crossing. Others believe that it is a moment in history to reshape the Middle East that cannot be passed up. So, I mean, you have a lot of different perspectives on all of this, but believe me, I mean, just about everyone is having these conversations here.
Robert, what is the big ask the Israelis are making of the United States and President Trump?
Well, I mean, the big thing here is, you know, you're talking about knocking out Iran's nuclear capabilities, which the Israelis have very publicly stated is an end-all, be-all goal of this, knocking out Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, knocking out their nuclear enrichment programs in order to ensure that that Israel never has to deal with a nuclear-armed Iran. And that is a position that is backed up by the G7 members, the United States, and many of these other countries as well. I mean, the trick is, I mean, when you look at this Fordo enrichment facility that's buried underneath a mountain, it would take a certain caliber of explosive that really the United States is the only one that potentially has. I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily an easy task in order to demolish this from all the conversations that we've had here. So, I mean, this is where this would come in and where the United States would potentially be needed. But as you listen to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, I mean, given the very politically down-the-line response to all of this is, look, President Trump is going to do what he thinks is best for the American people and will support it one way or another. That's the public stance that's coming from the Israeli leadership.
As President Trump said on the White House lawn yesterday, he may do it, he may not do it. He has yet to make a firm decision. Is this a strategy?
I think it absolutely is. I mean, and this is something that you've definitely seen from President Trump in the past, the way that he puts things out into the open and, says things, you know, that certainly potentially draw the ire of his enemy or draw confusion amongst those, who are following him, creating a level of unpredictability. But say what you want. I mean, unpredictability is in many cases a positive trait of a world leader, not knowing what exactly they're going to do next. And I think that there's a lot of people out here who are saying, love him or hate him, they don't really know what he's going to do in this situation here, which does operate from a position of strategic strength. But in terms of what's going to happen here, who really knows? But it's one of those things in which it truly is a moment in history in which you have Iran in this position right now. You have, the potential for the Middle East and the landscape out here to be changed. The question is, does the United States, get involved with this and really cross this Rubicon or not?
Critics have been saying that Netanyahu has been saying Israel is just a few weeks, a few months away from having a nuclear weapon for the past 20 years. Can you maybe describe what the Israelis are saying that makes them think differently now that indeed the Iranians are close to having a nuke, and what some of the skeptics are saying?
Some of this comes from this UN watchdog report, which, the Israelis, but you have a conversation with the Israelis. They are no fans of the United Nations, because they don't believe that the United Nations treats them fairly. But this UN report, talking about Iran's violating their nuclear proliferation agreements that they've had here, is rather scathing, and certainly, casts a lot of criticism and suspicion towards what Iran's ultimate aims are. And a lot of this is coming down to the fact that there are certain levels, to enrich uranium in order to get to the point of weaponization. You can have it at a civilian level, but if you enrich it further, it could go to a weapons caliber level. And you're seeing this uranium allegedly being enriched past the level of civilian. To which people are asking the logical question, which is why? If you only want uranium for a civilian purpose, why are you enriching it beyond it? And why are you building these facilities deep in a mountain, hundreds of feet underneath, to this caliber, go to this length in order to protect your facilities like this? So, this confluence of suspicions, reports, has kind of put us in this position that we're in right now.
We're speaking with News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman. Robert, one of the big stories this morning is that a hospital in Israel was struck by Iran. What do we know about that strike, and what's been the response by Israel?
Yeah, I would put, all this into context one step further, is that what we have been watching last 24 to 48 hours is Iran's missile strikes have gotten smaller and smaller. And there have been a lot of people on the ground here who were thinking to themselves, maybe Iran is really running out of gas. We were all woken up at about 7 o'clock this morning to a couple of large barrages that were fired by Iran at central Israel, and also at southern Israel, which is where this hospital was in Beersheba. And it was a direct hit on the hospital. You look at the videos coming out of this, there's a lot of destruction to the point that all these patients have to be removed. And now you have the IDF coming out and contending that Iran has used warheads that in the air they break up into multiple different warheads and scatter all over the battlefield in order to create more destruction. That's what the Israelis are claiming here. You look at the injury totals, now we're well over 200 according to the latest estimates from Israeli officials, and those have been climbing throughout the day. So this has been a tough day for a lot of Israelis and an angering day because they believe that Iran is targeting civilian sites intentionally. And that's why you've had some of Israelis' leaders even saying so publicly that Supreme Leader Khamenei should not be allowed to rule, should not be allowed to exist. That's a quote from Israel's defense minister today.
Robert, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate your time. Please stay safe. News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman with us from Tel Aviv.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, today is the last day of spring and first day of summer. We start summer at 7:42 tonight with some increasing showers and rain to start tomorrow with very cool temperatures in the 60s. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When someone hears the words, "You have cancer," it's one of the darkest moments in their life. Light the Night brings light to the darkness of cancer by uniting survivors, patients, and supporters in the cause to end cancer. Friends, families, and coworkers form a community of hope, raising funds in support of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Together, we walk with lanterns held high to light the path to cures. Last year alone, the FDA approved 18 new drug therapies and treatments to treat blood cancers. The impact of LLS-supported research goes beyond blood cancer. The discoveries made in blood cancer research have led to breakthrough treatments for many cancers and other serious diseases. When we walk, cancer runs. Join the movement to end cancer today. Visit us at lightthenight.org.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
Exactly what I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
People matter isn't just a saying at Harnish Auto Family. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, they've built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com to find your next car. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump says he'll decide within 2 weeks on whether to order a U.S. strike on Iran, as Israel's defense minister calls for more attacks on what he calls symbols of the regime. The BBC's Dan Johnson reports from Jerusalem.
Israeli jets carried out further airstrikes last night, focused on the Iranian capital and the headquarters of the country's nuclear research organization. Iran's worst ever internet blackouts continued, making it difficult for people to communicate or share details of conditions on the ground.
Iran's foreign minister is addressing the UN's Human Rights Council today. Correspondent Elizabeth Palmer is in Geneva.
In the best possible world, they'll come up with a deal here, and then Israel will have a look at it, accept it, a long shot, and then Iran can go back to the table with the United States.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says he'll continue his court fight after last night's federal appeals court decision allowing President Trump to remain in control of the state's National Guard. He sent them into downtown L.A. to keep watch over anti-immigration raid protesters. Loyola law professor Lori Levinson.
The real question is what's going to happen next, because things very much have calmed down in Los Angeles.
It's getting steamy across the country. CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano is watching the temperatures rise in Westchester County, New York.
A number of heat watches and warnings up, really over 20 states already from the east through the Midwest that are in the alert zone, and this number will only grow as we go through the weekend. So temperatures on tomorrow are going to be in the 90s in places like Des Moines, up and over 100 degrees in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Make that ditto for feels-like temps on the East Coast. Looks like plastic bag bans and fees are working.
Researchers analyzed the data from 45,000 shoreline cleanups nationwide. In places where plastic bag bans or fees have been enacted, the number of bags found along shores dropped by as much as 47%. The study's lead author, Anna Popp at MIT, says the bag bans are helping to save marine life.
For example, sea turtles mistake them for jellyfish, one of their favorite snacks.
But even with the decreases in areas with bans, the total number of plastic bags found in cleanups nationwide still rose. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Hitting the road for the 4th of July, you'll have plenty of company. AAA's Aixa Diaz says there'll be lots of drivers out there.
We're expecting overall 72.2 million people traveling between June 28th and July 6th. A majority of those people, about 85% of them, are expected to drive.
That would be a record number. Dow futures up 102. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. In for Chris Sullivan today, it is Ted Beener. Good morning, Ted.
Good morning. This traffic report is brought to you by Global Credit Union. On the southbound I-5 on-ramp from Columbian Way, got a crash that's partially blocking the ramp there. Not really creating any difficulties. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. Otherwise, today is the final day of the school year for many districts, while others have already moved into the summer season. Given the holiday yesterday, some are already out of town, and your morning commute is Friday light. Traffic is moving near the speed limit throughout the Puget Sound region, with the exception of slowing on westbound across the Hewitt Avenue trestle. Northbound 167 around State Route 18 and approaching 405, and northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone. Some drive times: Auburn to Renton, just 15 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, 14 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is 25 minutes. 18 of those are from South Center. And from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue, both are just under a half hour. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 6:04, and we are following breaking news out of Seattle's Broadmoor neighborhood. Seattle police are investigating an officer-involved shooting early this morning.
This happened about 5 o'clock in the 3200 block of East Madison Street. Police say the suspect is still on the run. They haven't said what led to this shooting or how many officers were involved. No word yet on injuries. Officers are asking people to avoid the area. This is between 32nd and 33rd Avenues East. There is a very heavy police response this morning developing right now. Our Luke Ducey is headed to the scene and we'll bring you updates as we get them.
An SUV hit and killed a pedestrian yesterday afternoon along I-90 westbound near Preston.
And what we believe is his vehicle was disabled on the side of the freeway.
Washington State Patrol Trooper Rick Johnson says a 42-year-old man who hit him took off, but his SUV broke down, and Johnson says he tried to carjack a white pickup.
They could not get into the truck, so they jumped in the bed.
After a struggle with troopers, a man was arrested. They believe he was under the influence. The freeway was blocked for nearly 4 hours.
The search continues for Travis Decker, who is accused of killing his 3 young daughters and then vanishing. Chelan County deputies say they're chasing down tips from across the country. They're also working with Walla Walla County Sheriff Mark Kreider, the former FBI agent who helped track down Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph.
And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy on the road that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
Sheriff Kreider told us the key difference is that they believe Rudolph had help from people who supported him. Rudolph later confessed to bombing 2 abortion clinics. Sheriff Mike Morrison says he hopes no one is doing the same for Decker.
And it does take a group effort. You need the community support, but you also need your deputies or your officers to stay tuned in and remain focused on the fight. So, we have gone as far as talking to other agencies that have done this.
And Morrison says they've turned the search over to U.S. Marshals because of their experience tracking fugitives.
And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really, we recognize this is not exactly our area of expertise. We've had, some experience in it, but this is what you do 365 days a year. How can we attack this better and be more efficient? And they've been great.
He says the Marshals have sent in their rapid response team trained to move fast when a suspect is finally found. And a memorial for the girls will be held this evening in Wenatchee.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Well, good morning. We've made it to a Friday, June 20th. Along with Manda, I'm Charlie.
Ted Beener is here for Sully today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Quiet so far?
Yeah, so far.
Right,
yeah,
good.
I think after everybody had the holiday and school's getting out, I saw a lot of folks heading out of town yesterday.
And summer arrives tonight, too.
That's right.
Last day of school for my kids today. And you know what? It was an hour and a half of class. I'm making air quotes right now.
Signing yearbooks?
They are not going to school today.
No. They're learning how to get out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have producer David here in Douglas is filling in for Nick today, and Katrina is out at the news desk.
Again, we are following breaking news. In case you're just joining us, there has been a shooting involving an officer between 32nd and 33rd on Madison. We'll keep you posted. Luke Ducey is on his way to the scene.
This hour, Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Also coming up, our weekly chat with News Nation host Leland Vittert. Leland weighs in on President Trump's impending Iran decision.
And Katrina stops by with her Friday parenting feature, why sometimes you need to take care of yourself in order to properly take care of your child.
It's 6:08. A new brush fire broke out in Kittitas County, prompting evacuation orders. We get details from KIRO 7 TV's Monique Minglovin.
Firefighters in Kittitas County issuing level 3 or leave now evacuations for anyone living just a few miles northeast of Ellensburg. Crews say right now this fire is about 20 acres. Crews are calling in air support to help get things under control.
The fire chief on scene tells us 2 buildings have burned in that fire.
More teens are getting caught up in violent crime around Puget Sound, and police say many of them are tied to gangs. KIRO 7 looked at new numbers from the Washington State Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. Juvenile arrests jumped 67% in just 2 years. Everett and Renton police say most of those kids claim gang ties, but today's gangs look different than they did in the 90s.
They say they're younger, more scattered, and harder to track. Recruiting often happens online, and some groups don't even have names. Experts say they're more like money crews coming together just to commit crimes and then breaking apart. Police say graffiti is still a warning sign, especially when one gang crosses out another's tag.
And recent gang-related graffiti investigations led Everett police to teenagers with guns. Police say they started looking for 4 teens, age is 15 to 18 back in March, who were spotted tagging a fence with gang graffiti near Walter E. Hall Park. Over the next couple of months, officers tracked them down and seized spray paint cans and firearms. Everett's police chief says evidence shows gang-related graffiti is directly linked to violence.
Tacoma police have taken a 16-year-old into custody for a shooting earlier this week at Lincoln High School. He's been booked for assault in the first degree, unlawful possession of a firearm in the second degree, and possession of dangerous weapons on school facilities. He's now at Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center. The 16-year-old male gunshot victim is recovering from non-life-threatening injuries.
An attack in Seattle's Queen Anne neighborhood left a local gift shop owner shaken. Geneva Singer, the owner of the Uncommon Cottage at the corner of Roy and Queen Anne Avenue, tells KIRO 7 TV she was assaulted during a pop-up event Sunday when a man allegedly tried to gouge out her eyes.
He took his fingers and he pushed it into my face, into my eyeballs. I reacted very quickly with a lot of adrenaline and fear for my life.
Bystanders rushed to her aid, subduing the suspect until police arrived. Singer suffered a concussion and eye injuries. Police are investigating the incident.
Washington's top education office is laying off 37 people starting in July, part of a bigger wave of state job cuts, possibly affecting 1,000 workers. The Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction says 57 jobs are being eliminated in total. 20 of them retirements or open positions. A spokesperson says they tried to avoid layoffs, but the budget just didn't allow it. The Seattle Times reports OSPI's funding was slashed by 6% over the next 2 years.
Parents took legal action to stop school closures in the Olympia district last year, but KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay tells us the issue of possible shutdowns came up again at a school board meeting earlier this month.
The Olympian reports the district has been dealing with declining enrollment and funding since the pandemic. In 2024, it had a $3.5 million budget deficit. Superintendent Patrick Murphy again brought up the idea of closing smaller schools and putting the students into bigger ones.
It allows staffing to be used more efficiently.
He said there will be no closures in the 2025-26 school year, but if there are any the following year, they would want to get the process done by the midpoint of this one, so families and staff would have time to plan. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
ICE has been actively making arrests in Washington. Tuesday, agents arrested 6 people near Bellingham. Agency representatives say some, but not all, have criminal convictions. At least 4 other immigration arrests in Washington this month targeted people convicted of driving under the influence and other crimes. We have asked ICE how many people have been detained in our state and deported, and for more information on their cases.
It's 6:12, just a few hours away from the official start of summer, so let's get a check on the weather. Brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. And we're in Seattle, Nick. This is kind of what we should expect, right?
Well, I was going to say, if you want me to, option A is I can just make it up and tell you a bunch of sunshine, or option B, I can tell you what's really happening. Your call.
Well, I'm all about you telling us the truth, Nick.
Okay, fine. Well, what you're going to find then is cloudy skies this morning as we wind down spring. And then I think you'll see a few showers for the first part of the day around Everett North and say around south and west of Olympia. By about midday, some showers are going to increase by Tacoma, Olympia, and still to the north. And then by the evening commute, I think we're seeing more widespread showers around even places like Seattle. So we are going to see increasing showers as the day goes on. And then beyond that, we only get to 60 Tomorrow, it's also around 60 or so, and I think you're going to find widespread rain in the morning. Should taper off to showers and then be drier after about late morning. So the majority of the more consistent rain isn't until later tonight and then through about mid to late morning tomorrow, only getting to about 60, 61. You will see sun breaks in the afternoon, but still a partly to mostly cloudy day. And just a little shower activity early Sunday. And I think the afternoon looks dry, just mostly cloudy at about 70. So you are going to see increasing showers today. You are going to see decreasing rain tomorrow, and then just a few showers early on Sunday before it wraps up and we do get some drier weather for the afternoon. We start next week off in the 70s and 80s, and then we're right back into some gloomier conditions for Wednesday and Thursday. So it's not bad. It's summer. We have till 7:42, and that's when it makes the switch, and it doesn't really matter because it's not going to feel like it either way.
Thanks, Nick. Sure. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 51.
And it's 6:14. Chris Sullivan has the day off. Ted Beener is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And good morning. I do have to say, we need the rain.
That's true.
We have a big time rain deficit at this point. All right, this report is brought to you by Washington 811. On the southbound I-5 on-ramp from Columbian Way, a crash continues to partially block the ramp there. Otherwise, your Friday morning commute is moving near posted speed limits throughout Puget Sound. The only areas of brake lights are northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone, northbound 167 around State Route 18, and again approaching 405. Northbound on 405 through the Renton curves now, starting to see some brake lights there. And on westbound across the Hewitt Avenue trestle. Some drive times, Arlington to Everett is 14 minutes. Everett to Seattle and Bellevue, both of those are just under a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma through JBLM is under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is 40 minutes. On the Valley Freeway, your Puyallup to Renton drive time is near 30 minutes. And on northbound 405, Renton to Bellevue, that is about 15 minutes. If you are digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
At 6:15, a Washington-born pop star drops some new music, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard has listened to it.
I have. Benson Boone's second album, American Heart, is out now. The album includes 10 songs, including his hit Mama Song.
Tell me your story, and you can play all of your favorite songs.
So I've listened to a few songs so far this morning. It's about love, loss, and even ice cream. Last year was such a game changer for Benson, the Monroe native, with his hit Beautiful Things. Right now, he's on tour for summer.
I love Benson Boone.
What do you guys think? Should I wear one of his outfits into the studio one day?
Absolutely not.
No.
He's the only
if you
person.
do his signature backflip.
Yeah.
Did you see him flip off Fallon's desk last week?
No, I did not see that. I'm going to look it up now.
Thanks, Katrina. It's 6:16.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Time for our weekly conversation with News Nation's Leland Vittert. He hosts On Balance weeknights, 6 p.m. Seattle time on News Nation.
And with Israel and Iran at war with each other, we're going to lean into his experience as a reporter covering conflicts in the Middle East.
And Leland, among other things, you were there for the Arab Spring in Egypt, the revolution in Libya, and earlier wars between Israel and Hamas. Tell us, what dynamics are you watching right now that you think is important for us to know?
Well, look, this has been a long time coming. I remember meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu 15 years ago in a couple of situations, and every time he was not focused on the Palestinian issue as the rest of the world was. He sort of considers that a sideshow and talked about the issue, the conflict with Iran that was coming over their nuclear weapons program. And I did stories with pilots who were training for this mission 15 years ago. So it is wrong to think about this as simply a momentary thing here. I think there's two issues that we need to look at. One, the U.S. military is planning for a lot larger conflict. You're watching on cable news over and over the video of the B-2 flying over and dropping a bunker buster bomb, and as if that is it. Half of the U.S. Air Force's fighter wings, not quite, but almost, plus multiple aerial refueling tankers, about 26 at last count, could be up to 30 or 35, are in the region, plus carrier battle groups. The U.S. military is preparing for an all-out war. That's number one. Number two is the timeline. that matters because Israel is about to run out of interceptors. They have an incredible missile defense system. It's obviously amazing to watch the aerial battles, but Israel has a finite number of interceptors, as does the United States that's resupplying them. So there's a timeline here of who's going to run out of things first, the Iranians' missiles or the Israelis' interceptors. That changes the timeline and the dynamic for both sides. And number three is what happens the day after. Everyone's talking about regime change, which I'll be the first one to say that the world will be a safer, freer, fairer, better place if the Ayatollah does not breathe our air. But there's very little given to understanding, I think, what happens in Iran the next day after a U.S. strike and or after the Ayatollah's demise.
How is this different than the lead up to the Iraq War in 2003, where the intelligence was wrong and our assumptions about how the Iraqi people would greet us after overthrowing the Iraqi government, that also turned out to be wrong?
You know, it's a fabulous, fabulous point. We know that this is not the case because the Iranians have told us. The Iranians have told us they are going to keep enriching uranium. And they have told us that they don't care about the agreements they have made in the past. Unlike Saddam Hussein, who said, I don't have nuclear weapons, or weapons of, he sort of said, I have weapons of mass destruction, but I don't have nuclear weapons. The Iranians have made a point that they do. We have copies of their entire nuclear weapons program, thanks to the Israelis. We have the satellite imagery that shows them building a nuclear weapons enrichment facility 300 feet under concrete. You do that because you don't want anyone to see what's happening there. So this is much more the Iraq War 1991, when Iraq did have a nuclear weapons program, than anything parallel to the Iraq War in 2003.
There does seem to be a split among factions on the conservative side of the spectrum here. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, MTG, they say this is not our fight. Others, like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, say action is needed. What do you think of that?
Look, there's a certain group of people who are going to make money by being ignorant, and that probably would be the kindest interpretation. If you listen to the Tucker Carlson types, there's some really deeply anti-Semitic overtones to that viewpoint. It's the same on the left. What I'm interested in, because the Steve Bannon types, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, they're isolationists, and they're fairly consistent on that when it comes to Ukraine and everything else. On the left, I think it's more interesting because you have the LGBTQ rights folks. Okay, well, they hang gays in Iran. The women's rights folks, women in Iran are treated somewhere like farm animals. The Free Palestine, we worry about innocent Muslims. Well, an innocent Muslim in Iran is a lot worse off than an innocent Muslim in the West Bank. Yet these groups don't care about them. And then there's the war crimes types. The Iranians just hit a hospital in Israel. We don't know if it's intentional. May or not be intentional, but the Iranians certainly have done nothing to prevent civilian casualties. Nothing. And yet all these groups are totally silent. And I think that's very telling.
Speaking with News Nation's Leland Vittert this morning, what would you say is your biggest concern over the next 72 hours or so?
I think the biggest concern is that President Trump caves for something from the Iranians other than unconditional surrender that he has demanded. It would be bad to do that with Iran because we are at a unique position where the Iranians do have a gun to their head, and you can force them either by the use of force or by the threat of it to fully and completely give up their nuclear weapons program, kind of a la what America did to Saddam Hussein in 1991. So that could be a very useful thing. And if President Trump gives that up, as he's given up other maximalist positions on the trade war and other things, that would be bad. It would be catastrophic for him to do it because of the message it sends to Putin and Xi.
All right, Leland Vittert, host of On Balance on News Nation, weeknights at 6 p.m., also has warnotes.com. Leland, thanks for your time today.
Good talking to you.
It's now 6:23, and we need to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s. Ted Beener is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk for Sully.
Thank you. Let's take a look at this. This traffic report is brought to you by Harnish Auto Family. On the southbound I-5 on-ramp from Columbia Way, a crash continues to partially block the ramp there. Otherwise, school's out, and with the holiday yesterday, some have already left town, and your morning commute is pretty light for your Friday. Traffic is moving near the speed limit throughout the Puget Sound region, with the exception of slowing on westbound across the Hewitt Avenue trestle, northbound 167 approaching 405, northbound 405 through the Renton curves, and northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone, and now from the Michigan curve into downtown. The Lake Bridges are doing well. Some drive times, Auburn to Renton, fantastic at just under 15 minutes. Northbound 405 from Renton to Bellevue, that is only 14 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, that has risen now to 33 minutes. 20 of those are from South Center. And coming in from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those are just under a half hour. Over 40 years, the Harnish Auto Family has built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Find your next car at harnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family, people matter. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
Drizzle today with a high of 60. Tomorrow, the first full day of summer, rain at a high of 61. Scattered showers on Sunday, a high of 70, 76 and mostly sunny Monday, 81 on Tuesday.
That sounds lovely.
Got to make it through this wet stuff first, though.
That's okay.
Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 51.
And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, we continue to follow breaking news. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live in the Broadmoor neighborhood. He's at the scene of an officer-involved shooting. He'll get the latest next. We'll also get to your opening bell report here on KIRO News Radio.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
I mean,
that's
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot hot tub.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Safety first comes with available financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. For oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and factory maintenance, check the Bucky's near you at buckys.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 6:31. Good morning. We are following breaking news this morning in the Madison Park neighborhood of Seattle, where Seattle police are investigating an officer-involved shooting.
Our Luke Ducey is live at the scene on East Madison Street. There is a huge police response. And Luke, you just spoke to Chief Barnes?
Just spoke to Chief Barnes, and I'll tell you what he said in just a second. But let me just kind of describe the scene for you here. Basically, all of East Madison, and I'll get the streets later on as we go throughout the morning, completely blocked off, about 4 or 5 blocks. I see a heavy police presence. There are SWAT teams here. There are negotiations going on with someone inside a house right now. At least there is a bullhorn that's active with police speaking to someone who's inside that house, the suspect. Now, here's what Chief Barnes told us just a little bit ago, just before 5 a.m. this morning. There were 3 Seattle police officers who responded to a domestic violence call here. They approached this house that I can kind of see in the distance. It's really in this tight neighborhood, houses very close together here along Madison. As they approached the door, they said a woman came running out of the door, fell into the hands of officers. She had been shot, and she was rushed to the hospital. But then at the same time, she ran out, and they found her. Someone from inside that house, police say, fired at officers from inside at them while they were in the front yard. At least one of those officers fired back. No police officers were injured. They retreated. They took, again, the victim away and got her rushed to Harborview Medical Center. Don't know what condition she's in right now, but there's at least one person described by Chief Barnes as a partner of the victim inside. He described the situation ongoing right now as a hostage negotiation. Now, that's kind of a general term he explained as well. So it could just be one person inside, the suspect, who's a male. And just seconds ago, right before I came on air, I heard some officer yelling to, I think, a medic, and then I saw a firefighter run down to get to their vehicle as well. GSW, a possible GSW, which stands for gunshot wound. So perhaps one of those officers' bullets hit the suspect, or maybe it was self-inflicted. I'm just guessing right now. I'm speculating, but Chief Barnes very descriptive of what was going on about the protection of officers in that situation that they approached, and all of a sudden, a woman falling to their arms who'd been shot, and then bullets flying at them, and they returned fire. Again, East Madison shut off here as this, negotiation, or at least attempt to negotiate with someone inside. The suspect presumably continues. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Luke. We will continue to check in with you. This is a rapidly developing story. We'll continue to check in throughout the morning. It is 6:33, so let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, where Ted Biener is in for Sully this morning.
Thank you, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. Your Friday morning commute is moving near posted speed limits throughout the Puget Sound area. The only areas of brake lights are on northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone and from the Michigan Curve into downtown. Northbound 167 approaching 405, and northbound on 405 through the Renton Curves, as well as southbound 405 in Canyon Park. And a reminder, with showers coming today after this long run of dry weather, the combination of oil on the roads and the rainfall, that's going to create some slick conditions. Drive times, Arlington to Everett is 14 minutes. Everett to Seattle Bellevue, both of those are still just under a half hour. On northbound I-5 Olympia to Tacoma through JBLM is under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is 41 minutes. And on the Valley Freeway, your Puyallup to Renton drive time is 30 minutes. And Renton to Bellevue, that is about 15 minutes. Download the Seattle Sports app to stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams. I'm Ted Biener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
Well, last day of spring. Summer arrives after 7 o'clock this evening. It's going to be a little wet today. Look for an increasing chance of showers. Tomorrow looks like more steady rain. Highs both days around 60. Then Sunday we'll get back up to 70 with scattered showers, but also some sun breaks and warming up for the first part of next week. 76 on Monday. Right now it's 54 in Seattle.
At 6:35, it's time for the opening bell. And experts say it's shaping up to be a painful summer at the pump. Center Square reports we're the only state in the country where gas prices are higher than they were at this time last year. Right now, we're paying $4.41 a gallon. The national average, just $3.22. Experts say refinery shutdowns in California are squeezing supply, adding global tensions, and Washington's cap and trade program. Prices keep climbing, and it's not over. A new state gas tax kicks in July 1st, which will add another 6 cents per gallon.
Are you thinking about buying a new home? You might have fewer options this year. Home construction in the Puget Sound region has taken a big hit. The U.S. Census Bureau says housing permits are down more than 27%. That's compared to the same time last year in King, Pierce, and Snohomish counties. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, it's the slowest pace we've seen in more than a decade. The Master Builders Association blames rising costs and uncertainty tied to President Trump's tariff policies.
Amazon is telling some remote workers it's time to move. Bloomberg reports employees who live far from offices are being told to relocate, often across the country. The company wants them closer to their teams in cities like Seattle, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Amazon says most workers like being together and they offer support when people have to move. But some employees say they're getting 30 days to decide, 60 days to move, or they'll have to quit without severance. This comes as Amazon warns its workforce it may shrink as artificial intelligence takes over more jobs.
The search is on for the person who stole more than 2,800 Nintendo Switch 2 game consoles. Here's KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lenzi.
Earlier this month, a truck driver called police in the town of Bennett, Colorado, and reported that his trailer had been broken into during a pre-trip inspection. Several pallets of the newly released Nintendo Switch 2 game consoles were stolen. Those go for about $500 a piece, so the total value is more than $1.4 million. Truck driver said he was headed from Nintendo of America in Redmond to a GameStop store in Grapevine, Texas. Authorities in Colorado are trying to figure out exactly where those consoles were stolen. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Frontier Airlines has landed at Payne Field. They're the second airline to launch commercial flights from Everett. Nonstop routes to Denver, Las Vegas, and Phoenix take off twice a week. Alaska Airlines also has service from Payne Field.
A federal bankruptcy judge will decide today whether to approve a multi-billion-dollar settlement involving Purdue Pharma, which made the pain medication OxyContin. It's the latest plan to settle thousands of lawsuits over the toll of opioids. Here's CBS's Scott McFarland.
If the money is approved in the settlement, it'll take months before it's out the door. And even so, you spread out that money over 50 states, about $850 million for the recovering addicts. That money gets pretty thin, maybe a few $1,000s each. It helps, but not enough to rebuild lives.
Government entities, emergency room doctors, insurers, families of children born into withdrawal from the powerful prescription painkiller, individual victims and their families and others would have until September 30th to vote on whether to accept the deal. It calls for members of the Sackler family who own the company to pay the billions over 15 years.
Hundreds of thousands of Americans became first-time millionaires last year. Here's CBS's Carissa Lawson.
A new report from investment bank UBS found that more than 379,000 Americans became millionaires for the first time in 2024, far outpacing other nations in the world. The study credits robust stock market gains for the wealth boost, though still, the wealth of the average American per adult is much lower than that, at around $312,000, according to UBS.
Silver prices are surging, as we hear from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
They're up 27% this year, thanks to a strong demand from manufacturers who make electronics, solar panels, and cutlery. A lot of people are cashing in, sifting through their jewelry boxes and selling their silver to jewelers and coin shops. Others are buying up silver, betting prices will climb even higher. Silver futures are around $36 an ounce, up from $29 in December. Gold prices have also been climbing. They're up 29% this year. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, as we have the opening bell, Dow Jones Industrial Average up 225 points right now. That's a half a percentage point. S&P 500 up by 34, also half a percentage point. And NASDAQ is up 138 points. That's 0.7%.
Now, a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6, only on KIRO 7 TV.
And traffic's on the way. What will you be starting with, Ted?
Well, we're getting more cars heading northbound on the Valley Freeway. I'll break it down for you here shortly.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms, so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
TimberTech Vintage Collection Decking. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin.
I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Pickleball is, obviously, it's a growing sport, but also just the community in Seattle, they've already welcomed it. The beautiful thing about this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
You know, we're excited about this pickleball tournament. It's all about bringing families together, but also, you know, you get to come out there and compete against myself, Doug, Michael Bennett, and we are the most competitive people. So regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl. And again, it's just all about bringing community together and having a great time, but all for a great cause and raising money for these grassroots organizations.
Come out and help me beat Cliff. Help me beat Cliff.
All right, this is going to be fun. Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
6:43, we need to check the roads once again. We do that every 10 minutes for you. And Ted Beener is in for Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And good morning. This traffic report is brought to you by Washington 811. Your Friday morning commute reflects that schools are or going out for the summer later today. And with the holiday yesterday, some have already left town, but we got more cars hitting the road here this morning. There is now slowing on northbound 167. That is now from before 180th up to 405. Northbound 405 now slows from the Renton Curves to the Kennydale Hill, as well as northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone and from Albro into downtown. The Narrows and Lake Bridges, they're doing quite well. Some drive times, Auburn to Renton is near 20 minutes. Northbound 405 from Renton to Bellevue, that is now 15 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is 35 minutes. 21 of those are from South Center. And coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, still both of those are just under a half hour. If you are digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
We should remind you, Luke Ducey of KIRO News Radio is on the scene of this officer-involved shooting. All of East Madison, he's just posted, is closed at this point, so avoid that area.
At 6:44, we checked weather, and it looks like we will have showers today, a high of 60. More steady rain tomorrow and a high of 60 as well. We bounce back to the low 70s on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies, 51 at 6:45.
And it's time to check in with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard. There was a magical moment on stage in France last night, Katrina.
There was. The crowd went wild as Beyoncé kicked off the Paris leg of her Cowboy Carter tour by surprising fans with an unexpected guest.
I wanted to do something very special for you guys.
And that guest was Miley Cyrus.
I'll be your shotgun rider till the day I die.
The duo sparkled in matching gold outfits performing their hit Two Most Wanted. It won the Grammy back in February for Best Country Duo Performance. Beyoncé has two more performances in Paris over the weekend. She'll wrap up her Cowboy Carter tour in Las Vegas next month.
Thank you, Katrina. And coming up, we have you sticking around. You have a parenting segment for us?
I do.
Okay, that's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait. Whatever age you are, and that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
An Aussie trucker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. It's 6:49. Parenting is a journey. Isn't that the truth?
KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishar is going to explore how parents who face their past can shape a stronger, more resilient future for their family. Katrina.
Hey guys, parents often say the days are long, but the years are short. Legendary musician Bruce Springsteen joined former First Lady Michelle Obama on her podcast to talk about how therapy helped him become a better father to his kids.
We got 3 great kids, and Patty and I are both, we came out of complicated families. And so you get the great reward of seeing your children unburdened by a lot of the toxicity that you had to work your way through. What is your goal? Your goal is, let me work my way through this so you won't have to. Let your sins be your own for your children. Let them have their own mistakes. Just don't make my mistakes over again.
That was such a word. Bruce talked about his experience having an absentee father who was an alcoholic and the lesson he learned from his wife about the difference between being present versus just being there.
She says, listen, you can't just be here. You got to be present. I used to think, well, wait a minute, I got a song to write. I'm thinking these great thoughts. Come on, you're going to get in the way of my great thoughts, And I've learned that, if you got a good song, it'll be there tomorrow, But the kids, they're going to be gone. They're not going to be there tomorrow. Relatively quickly, they rush through your life. And even if you remain close to them, they're out the door and they're leading their own lives now.
Then Bruce shares this major revelation that he had on parenting.
I realized that parenting is pennies in the bank. It's that time when you were working and you didn't want to stop, but you did. That made a huge difference to me. Because if I'd have failed, I always felt if I'd have failed with my kids, I would have failed tremendously in life.
And Bruce said he needed to take action, so he talked about some of the biggest changes he made when he decided to be more present for his family.
I'm only going to work from 12 to 6. I'm not going to work after 6 o'clock. And I'm going to get up at 6:30 a.m. and I'm going to make the kids breakfast and take them to school. And do that every day.
Pennies in the bank.
So, and these are things which I would not have done without Patty being there to support me and explain to me hey man, you're screwing it up. And not only are you screwing it up, but you yourself are going to miss it.
Yeah.
If you don't get up in the morning when the kids are at their best, you're going to miss it.
And so many more experienced parents have shared with me there's a small window of time when your children even want to be bothered with you. It may seem hurtful, but Bruce says this is why his role as a father, especially in his kids' young and early years, was so important.
Your time and your ability to influence their inner life and their spiritual life and their emotional life will have come to a close. And if they walk out that door without taking you with them, it's going to be a tremendous loss in your life.
So our Seattle Morning News team has parents at many different stages. Was there anything that Bruce shared that really resonated with you?
All of it. I mean, all of it. I got a little teary because I'm thinking about high school and college, and pretty soon what you said is it hits it right on the head. Parents always say this, and it's true. The days are long and the years are short.
Yeah, for sure.
It flies.
I had a daughter turn 17 this week, and I was just thinking about it the other day. Well, on her birthday, next year that's going to be a major chapter to enter, and just being there, being present for it is just so important. And we oftentimes get caught up in the minutia that we forget about being present, being there in the moment. I think that's really important to do.
Yeah, it was really, really beautiful. What about you, David? We're in the beginning of it.
Yeah, so much of this I'm like putting it in the bank because there's no option but to be present when I have my baby in my arms. Down the road it'll be harder to become present, but right now it's like there's nothing I want to do more than just hold her, look into her eyes. So.
Right now, I'm in the don't talk to me phase.
I'll be there one day.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Katrina. We are checking in now with Ted Beener at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Closets by Design. On northbound 167 near 180, we've got a new crash that's blocking the HOV lane, and traffic is backing up all the way to near Center Street there in Kent. Otherwise, we've got some brake lights on northbound 405 through Federal Way Construction Zone and from Albro into downtown. And northbound on 405 from the Renton Curves to the Kennydale Hill, and southbound 405 in Canyon Park, we've got some more crowding there. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
And our forecast as you get ready for the weekend, you are likely going to get a little wet by the end of the day. Increasing chance of showers, 60 for today. Look for more in the way of steady rain for tomorrow, 61. And then on Sunday, we'll get back to scattered showers and some sun breaks. First part of next week looks terrific, though. We're going to warm up. Monday, 76 in the sunshine. Tuesday, how about 81? Right now in Seattle, we have pretty dark skies. It's 54.
And coming up, we continue to follow that breaking news out of the Madison Park neighborhood in Seattle. An officer-involved shooting. Seems to have been quite a bit of activity in the past few minutes. We'll check in live with KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Also, News Nation's Libby Dean is in Washington, D.C., where the discussions continue surrounding whether the U.S. will get involved in the war between Israel and Iran.
Busy Friday morning here on Seattle's Morning News.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
At Carter Subaru, your drive begins with savings. With over 300 new vehicles in stock, shop your way, in-store or from home. Plus, when you buy from Carter, you support our community. Visit Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. There's new violence reported on this 8th day of fighting between Israel and Iran as diplomatic efforts continue in Europe.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. Iran's foreign minister is meeting his British and key EU counterparts in Geneva today, the first such face-to-face meeting since the start of the conflict. Abbas Araghchi has said Iran has nothing to discuss with the United States as long as the Israeli airstrikes continue, but that Tehran is open to dialogue with others.
President Trump says he'll decide within 2 weeks' time whether the U.S. will strike Iran. He says it hinges on Tehran giving up ambitions to assemble a nuclear weapon. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
If they don't take the deal today, if they continue to sort of string along the United States, it's more likely then that by July 4th, the president's going to make a decision one way or the other that could involve potentially joining Israel in these military attacks.
Israel attacked more targets in Iran overnight, and a missile from Iran caused heavy damage near the site of yesterday's attack that hit a hospital southeast of Tel Aviv. Other countries are rushing to get their people out. This U.S. citizen arrived at the airport in Tampa.
While we were there, we were in shelters. We saw rockets falling. We saw missiles. The alarm was going on over at least 4 or 5 times a night. It's very, very difficult what Israel is going through. It's brutal.
Team management says it prevented federal agents from entering Dodger Stadium as crowds protested a decision outside to delay an announcement at last night's game on plans to help local immigrants. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
The Dodgers have a huge Latino fan base, and earlier this week, fan favorite Kike Hernandez weighed in on the immigration crackdown, saying in part on Instagram, "I cannot stand to see our community being violated, profiled, abused, and ripped apart.
Dangerous heat sweeping states from the central portion of the country to the east, and it'll stick around a while. CBS's Jim Krasula.
Phoenix, Arizona hit a record-shattering, staggering 117 degrees yesterday. People are trying to limit their outdoors.
I can't walk the dog. The dog's mad at me.
You just want to stay inside all day. You don't really want to do anything because it's so hot outside.
Much of the nation will suffer through 100-degree heat well into next week.
After 4 hours of emotional debate,
people won't be able to get to the fulfilled and natural death that they might have done otherwise.
A bill allowing assisted suicide for terminally ill people has just cleared a big hurdle in the UK. Lawmakers in the lower House of Commons have advanced the proposal to the upper House of Lords. Dow up 149. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk where Ted Beener is in for Chris Sullivan this morning.
I am. Thank you very much, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Washington 811. It may be a Friday light commute, but on northbound 167 near 180th, we've got a crash that's blocking the HOV lane there, and it's got slowing back to near Center Street there in Kent. Otherwise, we've got more cars hitting the road, and we've got some slowing on southbound 405 through the Canyon Park area. Northbound 405 slows from the Renton Curves to the Kennydale Hill, as well as on northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone and from Albro into downtown. The Narrows and Lake Bridges, they are doing quite well. Some drive times, Auburn to Renton is near 20 minutes. Renton to Bellevue also 20 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is 36 minutes. 23 of those are from South Center. And coming in from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those are near a half hour. If you are digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Ted Beener.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
7:04, and we continue to follow breaking news this morning. An officer-involved shooting in Seattle's Madison Park neighborhood, and now a potential second shooting in Seattle.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live on the scene. Luke, things are changing rapidly. Is East Madison Street still closed?
Still closed. We've got about a 4-block area of East Madison. I am at 32nd and East Madison, and 2 blocks in either direction are closed. And I'll tell you about that second shooting that also involved a Seattle police officer. It was, things are pretty fluid, but it's pretty scary here moments ago when that call came in, and including Chief Barnes, but several officers from here. I had never seen officers take off in vehicles so fast getting to that second shooting scene. But let's stick with where we are right here at East Madison. Police tell me that about 5 a.m., a little bit before, 3 officers were responding to a domestic violence call. A woman, the victim in this case, called 911, and when the officers arrived at a house here, the woman, they say, came running out of the house and fell into officers' arms. She had been shot one time. We just got word from Chief Barnes, Sean Barnes, that she was taken to Harborview Medical Center, and she's going to be okay. Non-life-threatening injuries. That's good news. But as she was falling into those officers' arms, police tell me that a man, the woman's partner, the suspect in this case, fired at officers. And no officers were hurt, but at least one of those officers returned fire. They don't think they hit that suspect. The suspect is now back in the house. They believe he's barricaded himself inside that house. Every now and then you hear officers on a bullhorn, trying to make communication with that suspect. They said they did have some communication with him, but it's been inconsistent. You can probably hear a vehicle driving by right now. That's a Seattle Police Department command center that just arrived here, so that could indicate that they're in here for maybe a longer haul, they think. Also, to give you an idea of how scary the situation is, in a 2-block radius around this house on East Madison, there's a shelter in place. Walking up to the scene, I heard employees arriving for work right next to a commercial area as well. Businesses, there's a Shell station 2 blocks down. To give you an idea where we are, asking officers, are we safe? And, their answer was, well, that depends on you. Here's what happened. It's up to you. But then right across the street from where this shooting happened, there was someone who came out of their house, and officers quickly yelled at them, hey, whoa, go back inside. You're in the direct line of potential fire. So, they think officers are treating this as if, the suspect is barricaded inside this house and it's still ongoing and is armed, obviously, because he's fired at officers. So that's what's happening here. Really quickly on that second shooting, as we were here about 20 minutes ago, again, about 5 police cars, including SWAT and other teams, and the chief himself, they all piled into SUVs and took off to that second scene in South Seattle, where police say that an officer went up to a person and made contact with the person. We don't know the circumstances of that contact. It ended up with the officer firing a taser at that suspect. The suspect then turned around, pulled out a gun, and shot at that officer. Officer was not hit, but right now there's a manhunt underway for that suspect, and they've got a perimeter around that area in South Seattle trying to look for someone who shot at an officer there. So a very violent morning, obviously, with gunfire in 2 different neighborhoods, and the chief of police is out here, and a bunch of SWAT, and they have dogs and negotiators, and we're waiting to see what happens next. Back to you.
Luke, as of this moment, it is not clear whether these two are related. Are they saying any relationship between the two scenes?
Good question. And we did ask Chief Barnes that. Unrelated. These two are unrelated. Just happens to be a very violent morning in Seattle.
Okay, thank you, Luke. It's 7:08.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, we'll continue to follow that. Just a very, very busy morning for Seattle police.
He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor. Ted Beener is keeping an eye on the roads for us. Sully's on his way to Bozeman, probably right about now.
Yeah, I think about an hour ago he pulled out of his driveway, so he's probably over the summit as we speak.
Excellent.
Ted has a GPS tracker apparently on Sully.
Shh, don't tell him.
Producer David is here. We have Katrina Gashard out at the news desk. She is earning her paycheck today.
Yeah.
And Nick Cretia is out, so we have Ian Douglas filling in at the control room board.
Coming up this hour on the show, News Nation reporter Libby Dean is in the nation's capital taking the pulse of lawmakers there on what President Trump should decide in terms of involvement in the war between Israel and Iran.
G. Scott also drops by the studio to share his experience at yesterday's huge Juneteenth event in Tacoma.
It's 7:09. A 66-year-old man's car broke down along I-90 westbound near Preston yesterday afternoon. He pulled off to the shoulder and got out. State Trooper Rick Johnson says he was struck and killed.
So they're trying to determine, where that impact took place.
Johnson says the 42-year-old driver who hit him took off. He says his SUV became disabled, and after he unsuccessfully tried to carjack a pickup, troopers arrested him after a short struggle. Investigators believe he was under the influence. I-90 was closed for nearly 4 hours.
One of the state's most scenic highways has reopened near Bellingham. It's been nearly 60 days since a rock slide took out a portion of Chuckanut Drive. R.B. McKeon with WashDOT talks about the lengthy repairs.
Some cool people called geotechs went out there and they actually rappelled down, and they had to map out a plan of all the loose places where they needed to reinforce the walls.
Once that was complete, crews were able to safely remove 3,600 tons of boulders, some the size of cars. State Route 11, Chuckanut Drive, near the Oyster Dome Trail, reopened early yesterday afternoon.
We are now hearing from a Seattle business owner attacked in front of her own store and the woman who stepped in to save her. Jennifer Singer is the owner of the Uncommon Cottage. It's a gift shop at the busy intersection of Roy and Queen Anne Avenue. She tells KIRO 7 TV she was assaulted during a pop-up event Sunday in broad daylight when a man allegedly grabbed her.
Actually saying, "I'm going to gouge out your eyes."
When Singer was knocked down, she says her friends immediately jumped in to help.
Heidi knocked him over. She's had training from the Everett police a long time ago.
Just instinctual. I was like, this is not happening. No, you're not going to kill my friend.
Singer says she suffered an injury to her eye and a concussion. Police are investigating.
Update on a shooting near Lincoln High School in Tacoma. Police have arrested a 16-year-old suspect. Shooting happened Tuesday afternoon, just before 3. Another 16-year-old was found nearby with a gunshot wound. He is expected to recover. Tacoma police say they tracked down the suspect using surveillance surveillance video and witness statements. They arrested him yesterday and booked him into the Reman Hall Juvenile Detention Center. He'll be facing charges for assault, unlawful gun possession, and having a weapon on school grounds. Police say the gun has been recovered. There are no other suspects.
Pullman athletes left scrambling for a new school following WSU's decision to scrap most of its track program, a cost-saving measure. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner spoke with athletes about this life-altering news.
An 8-minute Zoom call uprooting the lives of dozens of WSU athletes. The university cutting all field events, think long jump and shot put, effective immediately. Also scaling back on coaches, sprints, and hurdles. Athletes say they were blindsided, with many now racing to find a new school.
My first reaction to the news was anger.
Pole vaulter Eva Lauder is entering the transfer portal.
Rug was pulled from under me.
The university says by prioritizing distance runners, the track program will remain competitive at a national level. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:12. Let's get a check on weather. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7 meteorologist Nick Allard.
Good morning. We have a lot of cloud cover out there right now with some pockets of showers around Everett North and a little bit south and west of, say, Olympia. And it will stay like this for the next couple of hours. I don't really think you'll see a lot of moisture until midday when showers start to pick up around Olympia. And then I think they start to pick up a little more across the rest of the area during the commute. But even then, it still does look like scattered showers. It'll be cool. We'll be around, say, 60 or so with mostly cloudy skies. And then you continue to see more moisture because it does rain overnight and early tomorrow. It's going to be widespread rain tomorrow morning for the first half of the day. And I think the second half of the day we dry out. But still upwards of 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of rainfall for a lot of us this weekend. Tomorrow afternoon looks mostly cloudy, mostly dry and about 61. Then Sunday morning, just one more tiny wave of moisture in the morning. I don't think there's much after that, but it does look mostly cloudy at about 70, and then we're back into some heat Monday, Tuesday, and then a little gloomier again for Wednesday, Thursday. We need the rain. We haven't had any this month. Nothing measurable for Seattle. We're in a pretty long stretch of that. Haven't had any rain since the end of May. It's not the longest June stretch of no rain, but we're getting close, so it'll be nice to have some finally.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And in Seattle right now, we have cloudy skies where it's 51.
And the time is 7:13. That's time to check the drive. We head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and Ted Beener in for Sully.
Thank you. This traffic report is brought to you by Kia of Everett. On northbound 167 near 180th, the crash continues over on the left shoulder. It is partially blocking the HOV lane. We got slowing back to 212. Traffic is getting by in the HOV lane. And on southbound I-5 near Martin Way in Lacey, well, it looks like we've got some debris reported on the roadway there, so be aware of that. Otherwise, for your Friday morning commute, we got areas of brake lights on northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone and from Albro into downtown. Also northbound on 405 from the Renton Curves to the Kennydale Hill and southbound 405 in Canyon Park. There is crowding around that interchange. Some drive times, Arlington to Everett is 14 minutes. Everett to Seattle Bellevue, both of those are around a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma through JBLM, still doing quite well at just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is 45 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, that is 32 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue, that is now up to 20 minutes. Over 400 tariff-free new Kias are available now at Kia of Everett with easy lease and financing options. Experience simple, easy fun at Kia of Everett today. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
And at 7:15, everyone wanted a piece of Wolverine in New York City. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard has the story.
Hey guys, actor Hugh Jackman was mobbed by fans in Midtown Manhattan as he left rehearsal for his one-man show at Radio City Music Hall. Jackman kept it friendly, signing autographs and posing for selfies, but the crowds kept coming, so the Marvel star jumped into a random car passing by.
Hey, brother, where are you going?
He made his getaway, stunning the driver and the other people inside the car. So what would you do if Hugh Jackman just jumped into your car?
I'd be speechless. I'd be doing what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I'd be like, hi.
I love Hugh Jackman.
I'd bust into his show tune from The Greatest Showman.
Totally.
Oh, yeah. He'd love that.
He'd be singing along. It'd be like carpool karaoke.
That's right. I'm known for my singing, Manda.
No, you're not.
Thanks, Katrina. It's 7:16.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Well, on a serious note, the White House is saying President Trump will make his decision within 2 weeks as to whether the U.S. will provide military intervention in the war between Israel and Iran.
Meanwhile, Iran launches more missiles on Israel within the last few hours. And breaking down the discussions happening here in the U.S. is News Nation reporter Libby Dean, who is at the nation's capital.
Libby, a lot can happen in 2 weeks. Do we have any indication why this was the timeline that the president has given?
Yes, a lot can happen in 2 weeks, and that countdown is already on here at the White House as President Trump considers his options. He has a meeting with his National Security Council and his advisors today. That's going to be at 11 in the Oval Office, not in the Situation Room today. Now, as for the reasoning behind this, I think there was a lot of speculation as to when President Trump would ultimately be making a decision on if he would join Israel in their fight against Iran. And we saw no reaction from the White House until yesterday. The press secretary read this statement from the president where he said that he would be taking the next 2 weeks to weigh his options. And that really saved off all of the speculation of 24 to 48 hours that the Israelis were saying when the U.S. would make a decision. Now he has these 2 weeks to contemplate it. He could do it earlier. He could do it later. We've seen President Trump, of course, extend deadlines in the past.
And, not to be nitpicky here in terms of the language, but it does say within 2 weeks. I'm seeing some take that as 2 weeks from yesterday, and others are saying no, anytime within the next 2 weeks. Is the White House providing any clarity?
From what I understand, it's any time within the next 2 weeks that decision could come. But as we've seen deadlines here at the White House in the past, whether that is tariffs or deals of time, we've seen those timelines shortened. We've seen them certainly extended. Just yesterday, he extended the TikTok ban. So I think there is a lot up in the air right now. And the big decision for putting out this 2 week timeline was to quiet those concerns of people saying, this is coming within 24 hours. Because that was what was happening over the last week. We had seen several speculative reports of when President Trump was making a decision. So I think this 2 week announcement gives the White House the option to let reporters stop breathing down their necks about it, even though we still are.
We're speaking with News Nation's Libby Dean. The idea of U.S. involvement in the war is not exactly following along party lines, is it?
Yeah, and that's something that I've been talking about a lot today. There's this new poll from YouGov that talks about how the majority of Americans do not want the U.S. to get involved in this war. It's about 15% of Americans who do think that we should enter the conflict. So you're looking at 85% of Americans practically who say, you know what, we do not want to see the U.S. get involved with this conflict between Israel and Iran. And what's interesting is I was talking to some White House sources today, and I learned that Steve Bannon was here at the White House yesterday and had lunch with President Trump. And why that's interesting is because we've seen this MAGA divide. We've seen Lindsey Graham say, go all in. We've seen other critics say, and of course the 85% of Americans who say, okay, we don't want the U.S. To get involved here. So you're seeing this MAGA divide. You're seeing Americans be pretty clear, though, on what they want. The broader swath of Americans saying we do not want to get involved in this war in the Middle East.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is certainly being flattering to President Trump in his recent comments to the media. Do you suppose that Trump takes Netanyahu's request for U.S. involvement very seriously?
Look, these two are close, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I remember back on the campaign trail, I was covering that private visit that turned public. They suddenly brought the media in where they were all sitting around a table at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump meeting with Netanyahu. Of course, President Trump was not elected at this time, or he might have been president-elect at this time. And then we saw Netanyahu here at the White House. They're incredibly friendly, but that doesn't mean that the president isn't going to consider his options here. I mean, you're saying them set this 2 week timeline because he's not just going to say, okay, Netanyahu, and we're of course, the U.S. is of course one of Israel's biggest ally, and they have the might and the power to bomb Iran and get these bunker busting bombs to destroy nuclear capabilities. You're seeing President Trump weigh his options here on if that's something he actually wants to do. And that's why everyone's waiting with bated breath here to see what the president ultimately decides. And that's why there's so many questions about this timeline, as you asked, which was a great question. Is it within 2 weeks? Is it exactly 2 weeks? And that's one question that the White House is going to continue to have to answer over the next 2 weeks.
Netanyahu also said yesterday the U.S. is already helping us. Did he give specifics?
Netanyahu didn't give the specifics, but we do know that there are, of course, aircraft carriers like the USS Gerald Ford who are in the region. I believe there's 3 U.S. aircraft carriers now that the president has at his disposal within the region and could get there. And we know that there are, of course, the U.S. is working to get all of Americans out of Israel is something that the U.S. is working to do. We know that they're using cruise ships and evacuation flights and things of that sort. So the U.S. is involved, but not in this instance of course, going after Iran yet.
And lastly, Libby, you have covered President Trump for quite a while now. What are you going to be watching for over the coming 48, 72 hours?
Look, it's a lot of speculation, and that's one thing I've learned about President Trump. We can speculate, but it really does come from the source, and that's the best avenue to go with. And this is a perfect example of him saying, give me 2 weeks. But as for what I'm going to be watching, I'm working this weekend. I work weekends for News Nation here at the White House, and we know the president is leaving for Bedminster tonight. He has this MAGA Inc. fundraiser. This is a $1 million fundraiser that he's hosting tonight. But then he is going to be back here at the White House this weekend and holding these national security meetings as well. So there could be a development this weekend. As you said, the 2-week deadline. It could be within the 2 weeks. It could be at 2 weeks. And there's no telling if something could develop this weekend. And it is likely, given the last few weekends I've covered at the White House, I tend to be very busy, just as busy during the week as I am on the weekend.
We'll be watching for your updates, Libby. Thank you so much. News Nation reporter Libby Dean.
7:23 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Ted Beener this morning.
Thank you. This traffic report is brought to you by Global Credit Union on northbound 167 near 180th. An earlier crash is over on the left shoulder. Got traffic easing by in the HOV lane. There is slowing, though. That goes back to near 212th. And on southbound I-5 near Martin Way in Lacey, there's reports of debris on the roadway. Otherwise, your Friday morning commute reflects that schools are going out for summer later today. And with the holiday yesterday, some have already left town, but more cars are hitting the road. We do have some slowing, and that includes northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, as well as northbound I-5 through the Federal Way construction zone and from Albro into downtown. The drive from Snohomish County, as well as the Narrows and Lake Bridges, are doing well. Some drive times, Auburn to Renton, that is eased to 15 minutes now. Northbound 405 from Renton to Bellevue is now up to 24 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is 40 minutes. 25 of those are from South Center. And from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue, both of those doing quite well, just under a half hour. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
You said school's out for summer. Now I have Alice Cooper stuck in my head. Thanks for that.
So do I, yes.
Our forecast, increasing showers throughout the day, a high today of 60. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, might be a little more steady rain. And then Sunday back to some sun breaks and warming up to 70. 76 in the sunshine on Monday. It's 54 in Seattle now.
All right, it's a very busy morning. 2 separate officer-involved shootings in Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on the scene of a standoff following one of them. He'll be coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, He also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting WaFdBank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:30. We continue to follow breaking news this morning. An officer-involved shooting in Seattle's Madison Park neighborhood, and now a second shooting in South Seattle.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live at one of those scenes. Luke, this is a rapidly developing story. Some of it is played out in front of your eyes. Can you bring us up to speed with what you've seen?
Yeah, it has played out this morning, both of these scenes. So let's talk about the first scene here on East Madison. I'm at 32nd and East Madison, so I'll just set the scene for what I see right here. Still a heavy police presence, paramedics, firefighters here still on the standby and ready because we've got a suspect holed up inside a house after he fired at police. Either direction on Madison from 32nd, one block either direction, it's blocked off. And at the top of the hill, I see the mobile command center. With the Seattle Police has been put in place. One Seattle officer telling me that they could be here for the long haul as they try to negotiate with this suspect. But then just a half a block away is a SWAT team and a Bearcat, kind of loaded around the back. Bearcat, full tactical equipment, ready to, respond if they need to or go into that house. So just before 5 a.m., 3 officers responded to a 911 call here. A woman, the victim, called 911. When those officers got in front of a house here on East Madison, the victim apparently ran out and fell into an officer's arms. She had been shot one time, and then seconds later, the suspect, police tell me, fired at police. This is the woman's partner. No officers were hit, and now he's been barricaded inside his home ever since. We did speak with Chief Sean Barnes earlier. Here's what he told us.
One officer did return fire while the other 2 officers evacuated the victim who had been shot.
Yeah, police made contact with the suspect, they've told us, but nothing consistent. About, 5 minutes ago or so, I heard 2 flashbang grenades go off. But everyone was very calm outside the house, all the officers. So it's one of those tactical things to try to get that suspect's attention, to get him talking. Again, the victim is going to be okay in that scene. But let's go to that second scene you mentioned in the 8400 block of 55th Avenue South. This is on Pritchard Beach, if you know that area. An officer there apparently made contact with a person. Reports are that he fired his taser. It escalated to that stage in that contact, apparently. And the suspect fired a gun back at the officer, then took off running. That suspect is still at large. They're trying to set up a perimeter. But what you meant, Charlie, earlier was as this scene here on East Madison was happening, it's like all of a sudden chaotic. About 5 to 6 police cruisers, including Chief Barnes, loaded up, and his guys took him, and they raced out of here, squealing tires, sirens going, to that second scene, because then they thought it was worse than what it probably turned out to be. And I say turned out to be because no one was injured. The officer was not hit in that second shooting. But a very violent morning here. These 2 shootings are not connected, Chief Barnes tells us, but certainly 2 investigations and a violent morning here in Seattle.
Luke, are they still searching for the suspect in that second shooting?
From what I know, yes. We haven't received an update yet, but there's a spokesperson for Seattle Police going there right now. We're expecting them to tweet information or put it on X anytime soon. But yeah, as we know right now, the search is on for that suspect in that second shooting. They know where the suspect is in this first shooting, barricaded inside his house after, according to police, allegedly shooting his partner, a woman, injuring her. But we have heard that she is going to be okay at Harvard Medical Center.
Luke, thank you. Keep us updated. It's 7:34. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now, where Ted Beener is filling in for Chris Sullivan today.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by ProSculpt on northbound 167 near 180th. An earlier crash that's over on the left shoulder with traffic easing by in the HOV lane. There is slowing approaching the scene. Otherwise, no other reported crashes at this moment for your Friday morning commute. A reminder, as showers develop today, after this long run of dry weather, the combination of oil on the roads and the rainfall will create slick conditions. There are areas of brake lights at the moment. It includes northbound I-5 down the South Center Hill and from mid-Boeing Field into downtown, as well as northbound on 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAX. Some drive times, Arlington to Everett is just 14 minutes. Everett to Seattle Bellevue, both of those are just over a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma through JBLM, still doing quite well, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle now is close to 50 minutes. On the Valley Freeway, Puyallup to Renton, that drive time is just about a half hour. And Renton to Bellevue, that has risen to about 30 minutes. ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
And our forecast as you get ready for the weekend. Summer arrives this evening after 7 o'clock. But today we are going to see some showers at times, 60 the high. Pretty much the same tomorrow. The rain might be a little more steady. And then Sunday, a mix of showers and sun breaks, and 70, warming up to 76 on Monday. Right now, it's mostly cloudy and 54 in Seattle.
7:36 now on Seattle's Morning News. A person is under arrest after a deadly crash involving a pedestrian. This happened on I-90 westbound yesterday afternoon. And with the story, here's KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay.
An SUV struck a 66-year-old man near Preston, killing him. Washington State Trooper Rick Johnson says the driver took off, but the SUV broke down.
Ended up trying to carjack a white pickup and was not able to get in, jumped in the bed of the pickup, and then got out on the exit ramp where one of our lieutenants came into contact with him. There was an altercation.
Another trooper arrived and helped arrest the 42-year-old, who Johnson says they believe was under the influence. The man who died had apparently pulled off to the shoulder when his car had become disabled. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A number of families in Kittitas County were forced to evacuate last night as a brush fire gains momentum. Fire crews say 2 structures burned near Ellensburg with a fire that's grown from 2 acres to 20. It's Washington's latest fire following a hot, dry spring.
We've been anticipating this. Fire season's about 3 weeks ahead of normal due to the drought that we're currently in.
That's Kittitas Valley Fire Chief B.J. Goldsmith. He says ground and air crews are currently working on containment, that the fire is fueled by heavy brush and timber. About 20 residents have been evacuated from their homes.
We're hearing from a Seattle business owner attacked in front of her gift shop and the woman who stepped in to save her. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibau reports this happened at the Uncommon Cottage at the corner of Roy and Queen Anne Avenue, and it was all caught on camera.
This man was attacking cars. He's hitting the windows. He's screaming at people.
Jennifer Dawn Singer is recalling the unimaginable. The man they were filming for acting dangerously in front of her shop on Sunday would soon come for her.
It's really, really scary to see that this man, absolutely tried to kill me.
The suspect walks up to Singer, and as she tries to walk away, he grabs her from behind.
Actually saying, "I'm going to gouge out your eyes." I reacted very quickly with a lot of adrenaline and fear for my life.
When Singer was knocked down, her friends jumped in to help.
And police continue to investigate the incident.
Well, the Seattle Sounders FIFA Club World Cup hopes are slipping after a 3-1 loss at Lumen Field. Albert Rusnak gave Sounders fans a brief spark with a second-half goal.
He goes towards Rothrock, and Rusnak! That'll do nicely for Seattle Sounders.
It wasn't enough. Seattle now sits 0-2 in Group B and faces a must-win match to avoid early elimination on Monday.
Atletico Madrid, they are a tough team. Sully is a big fan of theirs. Did you know that?
No, he's not.
He's not here.
He hasn't even heard of them.
No. On the record, Sully loves soccer. Yeah. I think he likes it more than American football.
That's what we heard.
He's yelling at his radio in his truck right now.
Welcome, Sully. We miss you. All right. There was a heated moment during a Storm game earlier in the season, but it's no longer under review. According to the Seattle Times, the WNBA has dropped a complaint from Las Vegas Aces guard Jewel Lloyd. She claimed a Storm assistant coach cursed at her during a game at Climate Pledge Arena June 1st. Lloyd is a former Storm star, spent 10 seasons here, won 2 titles. She left in January after accusing the coaching staff of bullying.
It's now 7:39. In Sully's absence today, we have Ted Beener. What's coming up in traffic?
Well, we've got relatively light traffic, but we do have some slowdowns. I'll tell you more about it in just a few moments.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
7:43 now. Let's check in with Ted Beener, who's filling in for Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, this traffic report is brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup on northbound 167 near 180th. An earlier crash remains over on the left shoulder. We got traffic easing by in the HOV lane, and we got some slowing approaching the scene. Otherwise, we still have more cars hitting the road here this morning. There is some slowing on northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, as well as northbound I-5 down the South Center Hill and from mid-Boeing Field into downtown. The drive from Snohomish County, as well as the Narrows and Lake Bridges, they're doing rather well. Some drive times, Everett to Seattle at Bellevue, both of those are right around a half hour. Olympia to Tacoma coming in from the south end is under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is close to 50 minutes. On the Valley Freeway, your Puyallup to Renton drive time is just about a half hour. And northbound 405, Renton to Bellevue, that is now 31 minutes. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
Well, we're not seeing showers yet, but we will by the end of the day, headed for a high of only 60 today. Tomorrow, more in the way of steady rain, 61 tomorrow, and then we'll get a break back to a mix of showers and sun breaks for your Sunday, a high of 70. And then we're going to crank up the heat first part of next week, up to 81 by Tuesday. It's 54 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, the legend returns. Katrina Gouchard, you are a legend, but you're not the one we're talking about right now.
Hardly a legend, but thank you. I'll accept it, I suppose. 50 years ago, Jaws hit theaters. Shark! Jaws put the summer blockbuster on the map and Martha's Vineyard where it was filmed.
There was considerable enthusiasm.
Bo Van Riper is a historian at the Martha's Vineyard Museum, and he says it was an economic windfall.
They were going to need carpenters, painters, people to run the boats.
And the now infamous breakdowns of the mechanical shark, well, that did not hurt.
The longer the production ran, the longer they were on the payroll.
And all this resonates to this day.
It significantly boosted tourism and the rise in the population.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
So dive in if you dare, guys.
50 years. Wow. I didn't know this is what you were going to be talking about, but I just came across a picture of a pool, like an overhead shot of a guy's swimming pool, and he's painted a gigantic shark on the bottom of it to celebrate the anniversary and to scare away the little children.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
I may watch that this weekend.
You should.
Yeah. Why not? I love that movie.
Classic.
Jaws. All right, coming up, we will check in with G. Scott. There was a big Juneteenth celebration in Tacoma. He'll tell us about it. That's coming up next on Seattle's Morning News.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net. Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer. Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it. Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up.
Dayandnight.net.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
7:49 Friday morning, and joining us from the G and Ursula show coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. G. Scott, good morning, G.
Good morning, y'all. First of all, let me give some love and a shout out to my man, Ian. Ian is on the board today. That's my boy right there.
Hello.
Yeah, Ian's doing a great job. Look, let me just get to it. Charlie.
Yeah.
How come you didn't text me yesterday and wish me happy Juneteenth?
Because I was too busy celebrating myself.
Charlie, what'd you do for Juneteenth?
Well, we worked here. We covered the news. We stepped back and we reflected as well.
Okay,
I
glad
read some stories about it.
I'm glad. Oh, you read 2 stories?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Yesterday, let me just set the table for y'all. It was the best outside event that I have been to in the Pacific Northwest since I've been here.
Wow.
In 26 years.
Where were you?
Stewart Heights Park down in Tacoma. 20,000 strong attendees at their Juneteenth celebration. Celebration emphasized the importance of economic freedom and supporting Black-owned businesses. It was absolutely beautiful. I was there last year. It was great. It was fantastic. I even talked about it.
I remember.
And then this year, you come back, there was 3 to 4 times the amount of people. The amount of vendors were there. And here's why it was the best event. The love that was flowing throughout. Seeing TPD, Tacoma Police Department, law enforcement, they were all around having a good time. It brought me back to, there was a time when I was about, maybe I was 8 or 9 years old on 55th in Chicago on Washington Park. And it was extremely hot in July. And the cops, the police officers, opened up the fire hydrant. And so all of the kids can play. And the cops are hanging out with us. That's what yesterday reminded me of. There was so much love down there. If you have never been to any type of Juneteenth event and you're like, you know what, maybe I would want to go, I would advise you next year to pull up to Tacoma. I'd argue that it probably won't be at Stewart Heights Park next year because it was so good, I don't think it'll fit. I'm a gospel lover. They had Fred Hammond there singing yesterday. Awesome. If you love 90s R&B, they had So For Real there. It was just a great time, and you guys can hear it in my voice. It was really one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen. Tacoma really showed up.
And you live there. You must be really proud.
Yeah, I do. It was me and my wife, and we had some friends there, and we were all hanging out and got to walk around and had some elote and had some fruit with some tahine seasoning. Oh, look, don't even get me talking about food, but the food was good. Charlie, you'd have liked the food, Charlie.
Yep. Good food. So
it was good food.
You had fruit. You were playing.
I had fruit. Matter of fact, this is the first time I've ever been to an outdoor event, and there was like 6 or 7 barbecue spots all through there as vendors. And I said, how in the hell we got all these barbecue spots? But I just ended up with some fruit. But wait, the Lotte, you guys ever knew the corn in a cup?
Oh yeah.
Life was good.
Now I'm hungry.
Yes. So again, I wanted to come and tell you guys about it. Now, I got a question for y'all.
Okay.
Your listeners, I'm sure there's some that listen at 7:45 and there's some that listen at 8:45. What time do you think your listeners would, some would rather not have me on at all, but would they rather have me on at 7:45 or 8:45? Which listeners really, because you guys got to find that out because sometimes I'm here.
Someone has actually chimed in on this on the text line once.
What'd they say?
And they said 8:45 because 7:45 is just a little too much energy. Geez, a little too much for 7:45.
However, producer David is always looking to fill segments. Why not both?
There you go. You are welcome anytime.
Don't call me out. Every segment has equal importance here, but
I don't want to impose on Leland's time. Okay. See you guys later.
G. Scott coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. And Ted Beener, you are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
I am on northbound 167 near 180th. An earlier crash remains over on the left shoulder. We got traffic sliding by in the HOV lane and some slowing approaching the scene. Otherwise, no other reported crashes at this moment for your Friday morning commute. A reminder, we got showers developing today after this long run of dry weather. Be ready for slick conditions with the combination of oil on the roads and rainfall. There are areas of brake lights on northbound I-5 down the South Center Hill and from North Boeing Field into downtown. Also on northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, and southbound 405 from the Canyon Park area to near 160th in Bothell. Eastbound State Route 18 has some slowing from Tiger Mountain to I-90. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
And our forecast, yes, we are going to see some showers by the end of the day. Showery for tomorrow, too. Might be a little more steady rain tomorrow. Highs both days around 60. Sunday, a little bit of a break. We'll see peaks of sunshine through the clouds. Still the threat of some lingering showers. But Monday, drying out, mostly sunny and 76. And it's 54 in Seattle now.
And we will have more details on the scene of that officer-involved shooting in the Madison Park neighborhood. Also, another shooting where an officer was involved. That is coming up. Those details on the way as you listen to Seattle's Morning News right here on KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. We live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway. The alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Guys, it's Men's Health Month at Revive Seattle. Get a free comprehensive wellness panel. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Valued at $400. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Iran today fired more missiles into Israel, and the country's foreign minister says there's no room for talking until Israel halts its attacks. President Trump says his decision on whether to use the U.S. military to strike Iran will be made within 2 weeks. CBS's Holly Williams.
Iran has already accused the U.S. of being complicit in Israel's attack and has threatened to retaliate against American bases. And there are a lot of U.S. military bases scattered across the Middle East, including here in Iraq, as well as around 40,000 American troops. The big question now is, what kind of retaliation is Iran actually capable of? And we're not sure.
Now to Memphis, where police have arrested a man they say was stalking and planned to kidnap the city's Democratic mayor. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
25-year-old Trenton Abston is accused of jumping a wall leading into the subdivision where Mayor Paul Young and his family live. They say he walked directly to their home, even knocked on the door.
Overseas, and a key development in the UK.
I'm Vicky Barker in London.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
The moment British lawmakers approved the country's first ever legislation legalizing assisted suicide for terminally ill people who request it. The House of Commons voted to send the measure to Parliament's upper chamber, the House of Lords.
Summer arrives later today, and a punishing heat wave is already a factor for millions of people as it expands to the east. CBS's Rob Marciano.
100 expected on Sunday in Omaha, 96 in Chicago. That's going to feel hot in the city. Certainly get to the lake if you can. 93 in Scranton, and then even pushing even farther to the east. Here we go. I-95 corridor, you're into too as well. Sunday money, upper 90s in D.C. and Richmond, New York City, all the way up to Boston. That includes Tuesday and Wednesday, too.
Thousands don't have power from the Carolinas to New York because of stormy weather. Millions will be keeping an eye on the weather for 4th of July travel. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
For the Brannon family, the summer is time to travel, and they have several trips booked.
I think I'm getting a good price. I hope I am.
AAA says the number of flyers will tick up more than 1% over last year's record rush. AAA expects most will drive over the 4th of July, a record of nearly 62 million, up 1.3 million from last year.
What we're seeing is that people don't have to spend a lot of money when they go on these trips, but people want to get away and not be home.
Priceline says among the top summer destinations, Las Vegas, Orlando, Tokyo, and London.
And checking Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 12 points. The S&P is lower. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Ted Beener is filling in for Chris Sullivan this morning.
I am. Thank you, Charlie. On northbound 167 near 180th. Still have that earlier crash. They're cleaning it up on the left shoulder there. Got traffic easing by in the HOV lane and some slowing approaching the scene. Otherwise, your Friday morning commute reflects that schools are or going out for summer later today. With the holiday yesterday, some have already left town, and that means traffic is moving pretty close to the speed limit, but there are areas of slowing, and that includes southbound 405 from the Canyon Park area to near 160th and Bothell, northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, as well as northbound I-5 from North Boeing Field into downtown. The Narrows and Lake Bridges are doing well, but eastbound State Route 18 has brake lights from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Some drive times, Everett to Seattle is just under 30 minutes, while Everett to Bellevue is now 35 minutes. Northbound I-5, Tacoma to Seattle, that is eased to 45 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, that drive time is about 33 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue on 405 is about a half hour. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
8:04 Friday morning, June 20th. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
We continue to follow breaking news this morning. An officer-involved shooting in Seattle's Madison Park neighborhood, and then a second shooting in South Seattle.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this. He is on the scene of the Madison Park shooting. Luke, this is rapidly moving. Some of this is played out in front of your eyes. Why don't you bring us up to speed?
Yep, and it's playing out again right now. There's a feeling right now that Seattle police are getting closer and closer to going in, taking some kind of action here to get to a man, a suspect who's holed up inside a house, barricaded himself in there after shooting his partner, police say, a woman who fell into officers' arms. Let me set the scene right now. I'm at Lake Washington Boulevard. I was at 32nd and East Madison. about a block away from where this happened, but they've moved us all back, moved the police line back for our safety, they said. So, if you know the area, there's a Shell station here on Lake Washington Boulevard. East Madison is closed from that point up now. At the top of the hill, I see a SWAT team, full tactical gear. They've been standing around ready to go. They are not mobilizing, but I did see some paramedics be called up and they moved in closer to the scene, and there's a Seattle police command post there as well. And here's another reason why this could be ramping up right now and becoming more dangerous of a situation for people. They're talking about possibly evacuating people from their homes in a block radius. Moments ago, not too long ago, and I saw the drone. There was a television station drone flying above the scene. They're trying to get aerials for their coverage. And I think they were taking those shots live as well. Police now telling us that the suspect was inside his house, barricaded again, but opened the window and started taking shots up in the air at that drone, trying to shoot it down. Those bullets have to come down somewhere. They travel who knows how far, but, what goes up must come down. So that's certainly a dangerous situation that was created there by that drone flying. We talked with Chief Sean Barnes earlier. Here's what he had to say about the situation.
A call went out regarding a domestic violence disturbance. Officers responded 4 minutes later and discovered a female in the front yard who ran to the officer's arms. The female collapsed, and we discovered that she had been shot.
Yeah, she was taken to Harborview Medical Center. They say that she's going to be okay, but seconds after that, they say that man who's holed up inside started firing at officers from inside the house. At least one of those three officers returned fire. Don't know if they hit the suspect, but again, as of right now, they've been trying to get the attention of the suspect inside. I've heard flashbang grenades go off. It's a tactical move to try to get him to talk. They were in communication with him briefly, they said, for moments, but it has not been continuous communication. So they're trying to get him to talk. But again, a sense here that they could go in and try to end this one way or the other with a SWAT team in this densely populated area. I mean, there are houses are really tight, close together. This house is right next to an apartment building as well. And then Sean Barnes also talked to us about the overall response from police. A lot of SWAT team members here and a lot of officers.
This is a barricaded subject right now. Officers are attempting communication. Our hostage negotiation team is here. Our SWAT team is here. And we have a large contingent of officers here trying to bring a resolution to this particular situation.
And I will say the chief is also back here on site after he raced out of here earlier this morning, along with dozens of other officers and about 5 to 6 patrol cars raced to that second scene you were talking about in the 8400 block of 55th Avenue South. That's Pritchard Beach in South Seattle. Officers apparently one officer made contact with the suspect there. Don't know the circumstances at all. We're still trying to get that from Seattle police. That officer fired his taser at one point, and that suspect fired a gun back at the officer, and now he's on the run. I just checked social media. There is a spokesperson at that other scene as well, and he said on social anyway that they are still searching for that suspect. But again, back here on East Madison, the street is closed. A lot of neighbors coming out asking what's going on. I haven't found anyone that actually heard the shots or, presumably they're still in their house, especially if they're right next to the suspect's house. But they may be, police say, evacuating those houses, getting people out because they might be getting ready to go in and try to arrest this suspect.
And Luke, to be clear, it does not appear these two different incidents are related in any way?
Not related. We asked Chief Barnes that direct question. He said, nope, not related in any way. I did ask him, though, because he was very vocal a week ago. You remember that deadly shooting outside that nightclub in Pioneer Square, early morning hours. And he came out in a press conference after that event the next day and said, we will not tolerate gun violence here in the city of Seattle. I asked him that. You were very vocal about gun violence here in the city. And now here we are this morning. And he said, yeah, this is just a horrible situation. It's fluid. We are doing what we can to make sure residents are safe. But again, this is a very violent morning we're waking up to here on a Friday.
All right, Luke, thank you very much. Keep us up to date from the scene. It's 8:09.
Seattle's morning news continues. It's been 3 weeks since police say Travis Decker killed his 3 young daughters and vanished. Chelan County deputies say they're chasing down tips from across the country. They're also working with Walla Walla County Sheriff Mark Kreider, a former FBI agent who helped track down Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph. We spoke to Sheriff Mike Morrison from Chelan County about Kreider's involvement.
And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy on the road that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
Sheriff Kreider told us the key difference is they believed Rudolph had help from people who supported him. Rudolph later confessed to bombing 2 abortion clinics. Sheriff Morrison says he hopes no one is doing the same for Decker.
And it does take a group effort. You need the community support, but you also need your deputies or your officers to stay tuned in and remain focused on the fight. So, we have gone as far as talking to other agencies that have done this.
Morrison says they have turned the search over to U.S. Marshals. That's because of their experience tracking fugitives.
We recognize this is not exactly our area of expertise. We've had, some experience in it, but this is what you do 365 days a year. How can we attack this better and be more efficient? And they've been great.
A memorial for the 3 Decker girls will be held this evening in Wenatchee.
An SUV struck and killed a pedestrian yesterday afternoon along I-90 westbound near Preston.
And what we believe is his vehicle was disabled on the side of the freeway.
State Trooper Rick Johnson says the 42-year-old man who hit him took off. But the SUV broke down, and Johnson says he tried to carjack a white pickup.
They could not get into the truck, so they jumped in the bed.
After a struggle with troopers, the man was arrested. They believe he was under the influence, and the freeway was blocked for nearly 4 hours.
Experts say it's shaping up to be a painful summer at the pump. The Center Square reports we're the only state in the country where gas prices are higher than this time last year. Right now, we're paying about $4.41 a gallon on average in Washington state. The national average, $3.22. Experts say refinery shutdowns in California are part of it. Then you add in global tensions and Washington's cap and trade program. Prices keep climbing, and it's not over because that new state gas tax kicks in July 1st, adding another 6 cents per gallon.
It's now 8:12, and that's time to get a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
A lot of cloud cover this morning. We don't have a ton of precipitation, but there are some showers, especially around and north of Everett and south and west of Olympia. So the bottom line is, a couple of showers here and there, but they're going to pick up. You can absolutely expect to see more rain picking up by about midday in the South Sound, and then by about mid to late afternoon, or really even just during the commute for the rest of the area. But even then, it's only scattered showers. Highs are going to top out today at about 60 only, so not a warm day at all. And then I expect to find temperatures staying at around 60, 61 tomorrow. We'll have rain overnight. So between today's rain, or really tonight, and the first half of tomorrow, we'll probably pick up about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch across a lot of the area. But the good thing is, a lot of your rain is done tomorrow by late morning, midday, so the afternoon looks a lot drier. I don't really think you're going to find a whole lot of rainfall tomorrow afternoon, but still mostly cloudy. Highs will top out at around, say, 61. Little rain early on Sunday, very, very early, and then we'll go with low 70s and dry for the afternoon with some sunshine on Monday and Tuesday.
And warmer temperatures, too. How about 81 on Tuesday? Right now, it's cloudy and 54 in Seattle.
8:13 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Ted Beener this morning.
Thank you, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. On northbound 167 near 180th, that earlier crash has cleared. Yet we still have a state patrol vehicle there remaining on the left shoulder. Traffic is moving by the scene very well. Otherwise, there are no other reported crashes at this moment for your Friday morning commute, and it is moving rather well. A reminder, though, with showers developing today after this long run of dry weather, be ready for slick conditions with the combination of oil on the roads and rainfall. There are areas of brake lights, and they include northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown, northbound 167 from before 180th to 405, northbound on 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, and southbound 405 from the Canyon Park area to near 160th in Bothell. Eastbound State Route 18 also has brake lights from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Some drive times: Auburn to Renton about 15 minutes, Renton to Bellevue about a half hour. Federal Way to Seattle is 39 minutes. 26 of those are from South Center. And coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle is just under 30 minutes, while Everett to Bellevue is about 35 minutes. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Biener.
It's now 8:15. Well, move over milk. One English farm is cashing in on cuddles. And KIRO News Radio, Katrina Gishard is here to explain.
I'm just happy that you said move over. All right. Well, this farm in England is letting people snuggle their cows for up to 4 hours. Helen Decker, an official cow cuddler, says there's a really special quality time that you have with these animals.
They are so gentle, just like big dogs. It's really special.
And this will only set you back about $125. The economy there had pushed the family farm to think of a new way to make money. Floods and food prices had really put a dent in their business. So is this innovative? Would you entertain this idea, Amanda?
Maybe if they were like the furry small cows, but these are normal cows?
These are normal cows.
You could buy yourself such a nice steak dinner for $125.
Charlie.
You could. Or you could have a cuddle.
Hey, in an economy like this, you got to get creative, right?
Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, here we are. Consumer man Herb Weisbaum joins us in studio. He is with us every Friday morning at this time. Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org.
Thanks for stopping me by. We never get to see you live in person.
Well, that's because I have something special for you today.
Oh, I love special
things. We're going to
things.
test your College of Consumer Knowledge skills along with the listeners.
You didn't tell me there was going to be a test.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm scoring it. By the way, the last time we did this was in 2024, so Dave Ross is the reigning champ.
Okay.
So we'll see who the new champ is going to be today.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's hit it.
It's time once again to see how smart you really are. It's time for Checkbook's College of Consumer Knowledge, radio's ultimate consumer challenge. Now here's the man with all the questions and the answers. Consumer man Herb Weisbaum.
Thank you, Art Sanders. Don't you wish you had a voice like that, Charlie?
I do.
Anyway, here very quickly are the rules. You get 10 seconds to answer. You get one lifeline. Biener. Okay? And remember, he worked for the National Weather Service, so there's a 50-50 chance he'll get it right. I love you, Ted.
I get
it. And the decision of the judges is final, and I'm the judge.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
What do we win?
Well, Ross made me take him out to dinner, so I guess I could take whoever wins, I'll take you out to dinner.
Okay.
And man, can that little guy order really expensive food. Okay, anyway, and I was paying for it. Here we go. Question number 1 is health and nutrition. Getting enough protein. Charlie, I'm going to start with Manda because she's the newest member of this team.
Okay.
Getting enough protein in your diet is important. Protein keeps you energized and makes you feel fuller longer. Which one of these foods is not a good source of protein? Legumes and beans, brown rice, turkey and chicken, or milk and yogurt? Legumes and beans, brown rice, chicken and turkey, milk and yogurt, which is not a good source of protein.
Brown rice.
Well, how about that?
Yay!
A half cup of cooked brown rice has about 2.2 grams of protein. By comparison, a half cup of yogurt has 12 grams of protein, and a half a cup of kidney beans has 8 grams. Other good sources are soy products, nuts, seeds, and fish. Charlie, here's your question.
What about that steak dinner I was talking about?
Yeah, that has protein,
That's protein.
too. Cute little calf. Come on, Charlie. Question number 2 is product safety for you, Charlie.
Okay.
Many products come with warranty cards that you fill out and mail back to the manufacturer. You may also be able to register the product online. Are you required to do this? Required in order to get the promised warranty protection? Yes or no?
Herb, I have listened to you for over 30 years. Of course you're not required to.
Way to go, Charlie. Yeah, but you should register because if there's a recall, they'll be able to contact you right away. And you don't need to fill out all that marketing stuff that's on there. That's just purely for marketing purposes.
Wow,
it is
you really
tied
are
at one
keeping
apiece.
score, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, question number 3, Manda, is
ready.
automotive.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Here we go.
Having the correct tire pressure is important for safety, performance, and fuel economy. Where do you find the proper pressure? And I'm going to give you 3 places, and you tell me which one is wrong.
Okay.
You will find the tire pressure on the sidewall of the tire, in the owner's manual, on a sticker on the door jamb.
One of them's wrong?
Yep.
The tire wall.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah.
Way to go. Yes, the tire pressure on the sidewall is the maximum load that the tire can handle.
There you
It
go.
is not the proper inflation pressure.
I knew about the sticker on the door jamb because I've heard it from you.
Oh, thank you very much. I've been doing this for a while. Charlie, travel. Let's go traveling with Charlie. You get the cheapest airfare if you buy your tickets on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Charlie, that is really good. We talked about that a couple of months ago. Yeah, travel experts, including my friend syndicated columnist Christopher Elliott, says there's no longer any best day to buy airline tickets, despite what you hear. That's because airlines now use sophisticated computer algorithms to adjust the fares on demand. You can probably pay more, though, if you wait too long. If you want to pay more, don't do it at the end. All right.
Okay, how much more of this do I have to endure?
Yes. We have a couple more minutes here. Okay. Personal finances for you, Amanda.
The pressure on
You're
a
always so
Friday.
mean to her.
Oh, stop.
According to the Federal Reserve Bank, Americans owe nearly $1.2 trillion in credit card debt. That's not you two, it's the whole country. Okay, one reason this figure keeps growing is that so many Americans have credit cards. What percentage of the adults in this country currently have at least one credit card? Is it 68%, 75%, or 82%?
I'm going to go with 82.
My goodness, Charlie, aren't we smart today? According to the 2023 Federal Reserve Report, 82 Americans have at least one credit card, up from 76% in 2014. A new report from the Fed finds that 46% of credit card holders carried a balance for at least a month in the past year. Not the right way to use a credit card.
How does that make the consumer man feel?
No, I don't like interest. Not at all.
What'd you say, 1.2 trillion?
1.2 trillion. That's a lot of money. Number 6 is auto, Amanda.
Okay.
Many new cars no longer come with spare tires. It's a way for automakers to save money and to reduce a vehicle's weight to improve fuel economy. According to Consumer Reports, what percentage of new cars do not have spares? 40%, 50%, or 60%?
Boy, this is just a guess, but I'm going to go with 60.
My goodness, we have a smart anchor team this morning. Rather than the spare, many car makers now put a sealant kit in the trunk that helps you fix the flap. But if you're interested in having one, take a look in the trunk before you buy the car.
Perfect.
All right, cybersecurity. We still have time, David? We're doing okay? All right.
Ooh,
Criminals often use social engineering attacks that use fake email messages to get people to share sensitive information, send money, or download malware. The bogus email looks like it's from a trusted company or government agency. These are called, as you know, phishing attacks. What is it called when the malicious communication is sent via text message?
Oh, come on.
Isn't it called smishing?
It is called smishing. That is correct.
Softball.
All right. And that's short for. Do we have a lightning round? Can I do one more?
Yeah,
Dave?
we can do one more.
Okay.
I don't know the correct answer of one more, though. This is
sorry.
all the questions
Okay.
I have. So.
I'm sorry. Number 8 is personal finance. What is the average interest rate for an auto loan for new car buyers in the U.S. right now? 5%, 5.45%, 6, or 6.73%?
6.73.
My goodness, Amanda, we are smart. We have a tie. That means we both can go out to lunch.
Yay! Let's all go out.
Forget the dinner. I can afford a lunch for both of you guys.
And you're buying, Mr. Consumer Man.
Yeah, you can find all my. We're done, right? We're out of time. We got Ty here, and all my stuff's on checkbook.org. Way to go, Charlie!
Good job.
We're
a team.
The other anchor team did not do as well as you guys did. Let me tell you.
Well,
you're the best.
We've been around you for years and years. We learned our stuff. We listened.
Excellent. And I hope the folks at home had fun, and you did well too.
That was
I
fun.
see
Thank
both
you.
of you had your protein.
Oh, yes.
And the text line says you can get steak dinner for $125 for 2 people.
Oh, excellent.
There you go. But lunch will be a lot more affordable, won't it?
I do work for a nonprofit, checkbook.org.
Okay. All right, Ted is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, this report is brought to you by AAA. Your Friday morning commute reflects that schools are going out for summer later today, and with the holiday yesterday, some have already hit the road. Traffic is moving near the speed limit, but there are areas of slowing, such as on northbound 167 from before 180th to 405. Also northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, as well as northbound I-5 from North Boeing Field into downtown. The drive from Snohomish County, as well as the Narrows and Lake Bridges, are doing well, but eastbound State Route 18 has brake lights from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Some drive times, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those have improved now to just close to 30 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle coming in from the south end, that is eased to 47 minutes. Puyallup to Renton drive time is 31 minutes. And on northbound 405 Renton to Bellevue, that has backed off to about 26 minutes. You know what's fun other than having a quiz from this past segment? Well, we've got summer. You know what's not fun? Summer spent on the side of the highway. Join AAA Washington today and keep your summer moving. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Biener.
And our forecast now as you get ready for the weekend, we will see some showers by the end of the day. 60 our high for today. More steady rain tomorrow and a high of 61, but a mix of sun and clouds for your Sunday. 70. And then warming up Monday, 76, 81 on Tuesday. It's 54 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
And coming up, we have the latest on a police standoff in Seattle's Madison Park neighborhood. Luke Ducey is live on the scene. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877 or visit us online at getroofsmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or getroofsmart.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? Let's go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available. And the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars. And our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now while the timing is right. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett, where we make owning a new Kia simple, easy, and fun. Visit Kia of Everett at kiaofeverett.com.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. We continue to follow two officer-involved shootings in Seattle.
One of them has led to a lengthy standoff in the Madison Park neighborhood. That's where we find KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey, who joins us live with the latest. Luke?
Yeah, good morning, Amanda and Charlie. Let me set the scene for you right here because police have recently moved us back further away from a house where a man is holed up, barricaded inside, they tell us, after shooting at officers and shooting his partner, a female. More on that in just a second. But from Lake Washington Boulevard all the way up to the scene around 32nd and East Madison, the entire area of about 4 blocks and is shut off and closed. There's no traffic through here, and there's a 2-block radius around this house where they have told people to shelter in place, people who live there. Also, this just happened. The bomb squad, Seattle Police bomb squad, just arrived here on East Madison, not because they would think the explosives are involved, but I'm told because they have a robot, and they might be getting that robot prepped and ready. It's unmanned. It's remote control. It would go in the house, and it can do a couple of things. It can deliver a communication device like a telephone. It can also give officers a look around the house to see what's where, and so if they have to do anything tactically to go in with like a SWAT team, say, they're better prepared. Also, this happened in about the last 45 minutes or so. A really dangerous and scary situation. That man was holed up inside, and one of the local TV stations here was flying a drone overhead to, presumably get a better shot of from overhead of what was going on. And police say that suspect who's holed up inside opened up a window and fired multiple times trying to hit that drone. Those bullets, they go up. They've got to come down somewhere. So that's also dangerous. Police coming down and telling all of us, asking us who flew the drone and don't fly it again. Let's go to what happened now. Just before 5 a.m., 3 officers, they say, responded to a 911 call here. They got to a house, and as soon as they did, a female victim, they found her coming out of the house on the front lawn of that area and fell into officers' arms. We talked about that and asked Chief Sean Barnes what exactly happened. And here's what he told us.
A call went out regarding a domestic violence disturbance. Officers responded 4 minutes later and discovered a female in the front yard who ran to the officer's arms. The female collapsed, and we discovered that she had been shot.
And she was taken to Harborview Medical Center. We're told now that she's going to be okay. But just seconds after that suspect, police say, then opened fire on officers, didn't hit the officers. And at least one of those 3 officers fired back at that suspect. Here's Chief Barnes again.
This is a barricaded subject right now. Officers are attempting communication. Our hostage negotiation team is here. Our SWAT team is here. And we have a large contingent of officers here trying to bring a resolution to this particular situation.
And I'm looking at that SWAT team up on top of the hill. They've got, their shields ready to go. They're in full tactical gear ready. There's a Seattle Police command post in place. They tell me that's here because this could be in for the long haul here. It could take a long time. They've been trying to contact that person inside who's holed up, but they had a limited contact with him, and then the communication cut off. Let's go to that second scene, though, because while we were here at this first scene, there was a moment where Chief Barnes and several officers zipped out of here as fast as they could because there was another officer involved shooting in the 8400 block of 55th Avenue South. That's Pritchard Beach in South Seattle. An officer there apparently made contact with someone, fired his taser at that person, and then that person fired a gun back at the officer and took off running. The last I saw, that person was still on the run. They have the area surrounded. So that's another scary situation this morning. But back here to East Madison, I also say that, this is a time when people are waking up. They're getting ready. They're going to work. They're starting their commute. And, the bus lines here have been rerouted. But there are 2 Metro buses stranded on East Madison. I just talked with the supervisor. One of those buses, the driver is still there. He's been sitting there for hours on the bus because he can't go anywhere. Officers...
All right. Sounds like Luke has cut out, but again, a rapidly developing situation, and it has been developing all morning long. So thank you to Luke for his coverage today. We got to get over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk where we find Ted Beener.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by D.R. Horton. There are no reported crashes at this moment for your Friday morning commute. That is moving rather well. Just a reminder, though, with showers developing today after this long run of dry weather, be ready for slick conditions with the combination of oil on the roads and rainfall. There are areas of brake lights, though, and they include northbound I-5 as you go through the Midway area and from Albro into downtown. Northbound 167 has got slowing from 180 to 405. Also on northbound 405 from the Renton Curves to the VMAC. And eastbound State Route 18 has got some brake lights as you go from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Some drive times. Auburn to Renton is under 15 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, that has eased now to 27 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle has improved to 33 minutes. 23 of those are from South Center. And coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle Bellevue, both of those are just under a half hour. And the ferries, for those heading out of town, are running on time. With over 20 Puget Sound communities, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
Our forecast as you get ready for the weekend, we're going to see showers by late today, a high of 60. For tomorrow, more steady rain and 61, and then back to a mix of sun and clouds for Sunday, a high of 70. Warming the first part of next week, 76 on Monday. Right now it's 54 and cloudy in Seattle.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Well, thanks for joining us today on Seattle's Morning News. Washington's top education office is laying off 37 people starting in July as part of a bigger wave of state job cuts, possibly affecting 1,000 workers. The Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction says 57 jobs are being eliminated, but 20 of them are retirements or open positions. Spokesperson says they tried to avoid layoffs, but the budget just did not allow it. Seattle Times reports OSPI's funding was slashed by 6% over the next 2 years.
Parents took legal action to stop school closures in the Olympia School District last year, but KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay tells us the issue of possible shutdowns came up at a school board meeting earlier this month.
The Olympian reports the district has been dealing with declining enrollment and funding since the pandemic. In 2024, it had a $3.5 million budget deficit. Superintendent Patrick Murphy again brought up the idea of closing smaller schools and putting the students into bigger ones.
That allows staffing to be used more efficiently.
He said there will be no closures in the 2025-26 school year, but if there are any the following year, they would want to get the process done by the midpoint of this one, so families and staff would have time to plan. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
ICE has actively been making arrests in Washington state. On Tuesday, we hear agents arrested 6 people near Bellingham. Agency representatives say some, but not all, have criminal convictions. At least 4 other immigration arrests in Washington this month targeted people convicted of driving under the influence and other crimes. We have asked ICE how many people have been detained in our state and deported, and for more information on these cases.
No punishment for the Seattle Storm after a heated exchange with a former player. The Seattle Times reports the WNBA is no longer reviewing Jewel Lloyd's complaint. Lloyd said a Storm assistant coach cursed at her during a game at Climate Pledge Arena June 1st. Lloyd played 10 seasons with the Storm and won 2 championships here, but she left in January saying the coaching staff bullied her last season. Well, again, now the case is closed. The storm will not face any penalties.
Westport getting its tsunami tower after all. The city had been awarded $15 million from FEMA last year to build it. But in April, that funding was suddenly canceled. FEMA said it was cutting billions in grants to stop waste and fraud. Westport's mayor went on Facebook urging people to speak up, and last month he got a surprise call. King 5 TV reports FEMA has now reversed course. The money is back, and the city has until the end of 2027 to finish the project. The mayor says they're already moving forward, and they don't plan to lose it again.
It's 8:39. Ted Boehner is in for Sully today. Where's your traffic hotspot?
Probably the thickest traffic right now is northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown and through the Renton curves up through the VMAC. I'll tell you more about it in just a few moments.
You listen to Seattle's morning news every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. You're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Ted Boehner in for Sully this morning.
All right, thank you. Sully's probably somewhere across the eastern part of eastern Washington right now as he's heading towards to go pick up Tommy and bring him home. But right now for your traffic, your Friday morning commute mirrors the holiday yesterday, and schools that are going out for summer later today. Like Sully, some have already left town. Traffic is moving near the speed limit, but there are areas of slowing, and that includes northbound 167 approaching 405, northbound 405 from the Renton curves into Newcastle, as well as northbound I-5 through the Midway area and from about Albro into downtown. The drive from Snohomish County, as well as the Narrows and Lake Bridges, they're all doing well, but eastbound State Route 18 still got some brake lights as you go from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Drive times, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue are both great, near about a half hour. On northbound I-5, Tacoma to Seattle is 45 minutes. On the Valley Freeway, your Puyallup to Renton drive time is eased to a wonderful 28 minutes. And northbound 405 Renton to Bellevue now is 27 minutes. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
Looks like we will have showers today. High of 60 and rain tomorrow as well. We warm up on Sunday, though. High pushing 70. Middle of next week, early to middle of next week, we're even warmer. So that's looking nice. Yeah. Here in Seattle right now, we have clouds. It's 54.
And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden will have a look at all the best events happening this weekend here on Seattle's Morning News.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:48. Producer David, you know what that music means? It's almost here. We have worked.
I need the weekend, especially after this week.
It's the first official weekend of summer, too, and if you're still looking for something fun to do, Charlie, who will tell us about it?
KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
The summer solstice is tonight, and that means it's officially summer. It's a convention for the fans of just about anything pop culture, or at least that's how they describe the Washington State SummerCon taking over the Washington State Fair and Events Center in Puyallup this weekend. Meet some of the people behind some of your favorite franchises like Star Wars, Star Trek, Super Mario, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, X-Men, and so many more. Not to mention hundreds of vendors selling collectibles, an arcade to enjoy, and panels to learn something new about your favorite movies and shows. You'll want to see the full guest list and get tickets on the event's website. Fair season continues this weekend with the Fremont Solstice Parade and Fremont Fair on Saturday and Sunday, which will host tons of vendors selling crafts, clothing, and other specialty goods. Plus, there will be plenty of food and live music, all going down in Fremont on Saturday and Sunday. If you're a fan of crafts, the Renegade Craft Fair is also running Saturday and Sunday at Magnuson Park Hangar 30, which will showcase over 180 artists of all kind. You can celebrate Juneteenth at the Black Night Market on Pier 62 tonight from 3:30 to 9:30. According to the event's website, the market will feature a diverse lineup of BIPOC vendors, performers, and food trucks. All these events are free to attend. Pride events continue this weekend, and Saturday is Georgetown Pride, which features a street fair at Bloom Bistro from 11 to 3, a neighborhood parade at Oxbow Park from 3 to 4, and there will be plenty of other businesses participating throughout Georgetown all day long. There are events for all ages, but some events are age restricted, so check out the event listings before going to the event. Dockyard Roller Derby is putting on their Pride and Power Jams event at Pierce College on Saturday. There will be 2 bouts, plus art vendors, food trucks, a raffle, plus a beer garden for those of age. Saturday is the first of 3 summer food walks in the Chinatown International District from 11 to 4. During the walk, participating businesses will offer $6 special bites of food and other discounts. There's an information booth at Hing Hay Park that will have a menu to map your route, but for more information, head to their website. For the nature lovers out there, you'll want to head to Camp Long in West Seattle for Mountain Fest on Saturday. According to Seattle Parks, this free activity for all ages features rock climbing, bouldering, rappelling, nature walks, a scavenger hunt, and the high ropes course. The forecast does call for light rain, so be prepared. For the sports fans, the Seattle Storm take on the 2024 WNBA champion New York Liberty at Climate Pledge Arena Sunday at 4, and the FIFA Club World Cup continues throughout the weekend with a few matches to see. The Sounders will finish the group stage against PSG on Monday at Lumen Field. Here's an event sent to me by a listener. June is Dravet Syndrome Awareness Month, and to shed light on this rare form of epilepsy, Camp Small Steps will be offering families a safe, inclusive, and accessible camp-themed event on Saturday in Tacoma. There will be arts and crafts, a communal dinner, and a bonfire celebration. This will be at the Marriott Tacoma downtown from 5 to 9. How are you kicking off your summer? Let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Well...
How are you kicking off your summer?
It's not going to be at the Solstice Parade, that's for sure.
No. In the rain, that would not be very pleasant, huh?
It's very chilly.
You could watch Jaws.
I could. 50 years ago today, it hit theaters. Yep. Matt Wolf from CBS News has a look at the film's impact over the decades.
Jaws put the summer blockbuster on the map and Martha's Vineyard, where it was filmed.
There was considerable enthusiasm.
Bo Van Riper is a historian at the Martha's Vineyard Museum. He says it was an economic windfall.
They were going to need carpenters, painters, people to run the boats.
And the now infamous breakdowns of the mechanical shark, that didn't hurt.
The longer the production ran, the longer they were on the payroll.
All this resonates to this day.
It significantly boosted tourism and the rise in the population.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Matt Wolf, CBS News.
Well, everyone wanted a piece of Wolverine in New York City.
Hugh Jackman was mobbed by fans in Midtown Manhattan as he exited a rehearsal for his one-man show at Radio City Music Hall. The actor kept it friendly, signing autographs and posing for selfies. But when the crowds kept coming, the Marvel star jumped into a random car passing by.
Hey, brother, where are you going?
He made his getaway, stunning the driver and other occupants inside. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News, New York.
That's how it sounds when G. Scott leads the station. Just throngs of fans. Yeah.
I'm his driver. He hops in my car and gets away.
Some rando. All right. It is 8:53. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Ted Biener.
All right. Thank you. There are no reported crashes at this moment for your Friday morning commute. That is moving rather well. A reminder, though, we got showers developing today, and after this long run of dry weather, be ready for slick conditions with the combination of oil on the roads and rainfall. There are some brake lights, though, on northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. Northbound on 405 from the Renton curves into Newcastle. And southbound 405 has got some crowding as you go through the Canyon Park area. Eastbound State Route 18 has some brake lights from Tiger Mountain to I-90. Drive times, Auburn to Renton, just 12 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is 27 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle has improved to about a half hour, 23 minutes from South Center. And coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue are both just under 30 minutes. And for those heading out of town, some good news. Right now, the ferries are running on time. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Biener.
And a forecast, as Ted mentioned, you're going to get a little wet today for the first time in a while. Showers developing, 60 are high today. For tomorrow, steady rain in the morning, showers for the afternoon, 61. And then things will look up for Sunday. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds and 70. Warming up first part of next week, 76 in the sunshine on Monday and Tuesday, 81. Right now it's cloudy and 54 in the city.
Well, coming up, we have the G and Ursula show. It's a fresh Friday. G and Ursula discuss why cherry growers in Washington are having a hard time finding pickers.
On a serious note, it's been a really busy morning following these two officer-involved shootings. Luke Ducey remains on the scene of the one on Madison. And we're also just hearing from Gwen Baumgartner. She is headed to the scene of the second. And a big sigh of relief, we're told that the suspect in that shooting is now in custody.
Okay, so we'll have the very latest coming up. And you can always text us with your tips, 888-973-5476. You can also go over to mynorthwest.com if you have a story idea or want to learn more, mynorthwest.com. Well, it's been a great week. Thanks for listening to Seattle's Morning News. You've got it
weekend
on KIRO News Radio.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News. And I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, we are in the midst of a humpback comeback. In the early 20th century, humpbacks were nearly wiped out by commercial whaling. Thanks to conservation efforts, the number of humpbacks off of the coast has grown to more than 2,000. The famous humpback Big Mama was the first humpback to venture into the Strait of Juan de Fuca in 1997, and whale watchers are excited that she has returned again this year with a new calf. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip